right, we here. I got my company issued blue blockers on. I don't know if these work, but I know they absolutely feel like they work. I don't know if it's a placebo effect or what, but I'm down for it. I'm 100% down for it. What's up, Warren? We see you. Warren got all the days off, man. Save some for us. Ramsey, what's good? Manny, what's happening? Uh, Jumping in here. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yep. George Floyd today. Yes, indeed. Mark Jones will be with us. Kenny Caraway got me potted up.
There we go.
We see up in here with the two
What's going
chains.
on with y'all, man? What's up? What's up? What's up, man? What's going on?
Two chains.
At the time when Kevin Gates made two phones, I had two phones.
Why?
I had my Sacramento number that I was never ever going to get rid of. And then I was doing some business I was living in LA. I was doing some business down there. I wanted a LA number. So I had the LA number. I had two phones.
Drug dealer. Oh, I think we need a. How do I not have a Mark Jones? I got Draper. We got Beck, Darrell, Bonte, Butch, Jason. How do I not have a Mark Jones plaque yet?
That just means we got to get Mark on even more, man.
Yeah, what are we doing here? Time we got. Oh, I got time to throw this together here. Mark Jones. Now I gotta fix the Twitch thing real quick. All right. Let's see, get Mark Jones set up here real quick. Mark Jones at 2:00. Did you shoot him a confirmation?
Let me do that right now.
Mark Jones. Kings are slotted at 8th, by the way, for y'all who might have missed that. Pre-lottery draft order. The Heartbreak Kid over watching on Periscope. What's up, Brennan?
HBK.
I was telling Jesse a few minutes ago, I watched the shoot, that ain't it. The Ultimate Warrior A&E.
Yeah, I thought about you when I saw the first quarter of Bucks Heat. I was like, I bet Damien's going to watch Ultimate Warrior right now.
Sure did. What was funny is I was out walking the girls, talking to one of the people who's going to be filling in for us on Friday. It's so funny. Jesse just said live in 40, but I heard something else. I absolutely heard something else. I was like, what's Jesse trying to do?
Mark Jones says, for show.
Perfect. And that individual was like, the Bucks have hit, it was like 6 threes or something in the first quarter. I was like, they hit 5 in the whole game the other day. 6.
Man. Oh, yeah, I'm going to talk about it.
Jesse says, shut up.
I'm going to straighten voice out. Why such never sound like progress? Last time that I checked.
What's good, baby? Welcome into the Tuesday edition of Dealer 1KC here on May 25th. I'm Damian Barling. He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
We are thrilled you're listening on 1320. We're thrilled that you're listening on the Odyssey app. We're thrilled that you're watching over on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. And we're thrilled that you're watching on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We hope that you will go subscribe to us there. And follow along with the festivities each and every single day, Monday through Friday, here 12 to 4. So kick back, get comfortable, grab your lunch, grab some water or soda or whatever.
Water right now, I got me some water,
some green juice or a smoothie or whatever it is, and hang out with us. We got plenty to talk about. Mark Jones, play-by-play analyst for ESPN, play-by-play guy, I should say, for ESPN. And, of course, your Sacramento Kings going to be with us at 2 o'clock. Kings news today. As the postseason tradition of following ping pong balls continues, of course, these weren't the lottery ping pong balls. These were the coin flip ping pong balls. For those who are unaware, no, there is not an actual coin flip to determine the draft order. There are just ping pong balls with team logos on them, and the pre-draft order, or excuse me, the pre-lottery draft order was done today, and the Kings are slotted at number 8.
Okay,
could have been worse.
No air horns.
No, that's not air horn worthy.
No.
But we'll let you know what that means for the Kings' chances to get the top overall pick or to land in the top 4. We'll talk about some players who are going to be in the vicinity there of that 8th pick as well. So we'll have some fun today. Going to be pretty laid back talking Kings. We'll talk basketball. There were a couple of blowouts last night. No bueno. We were just joking before we went live on the air how I was talking to an individual that you're going to hear on this show on Friday, which is still top secret, I guess. And he was telling me, he was like, are you watching the game? I was like, well, I'm just finished up work. I'm out walking the dogs. He was like, the Bucks have hit 6 threes. They're like 6 of 9 in the first quarter. I was like, wait a minute, they hit 5 in the first game. Like, what would you mean? Like, yeah, no, they're 6 of 9. They were up like 40 something to 16. It was like, okay, well, what am I gonna watch when I get home? Let's see. I'm gonna pull up the Ultimate Warrior A&E biography. I could watch that. I actually did stick around a bit for that game, and the Bucks were showing out a little bit. It was like a 4-quarter long celebration.
Hey, look here, Damian. I tried to tell all y'all, tried to tell Ramsey, tried to tell Leasy. Bucks about to beat the brakes off the Heat. They heard all that stuff, last year and going into this year. Bucks don't want to see the Heat and all this other stuff. They about to beat the brakes off the Heat. I told you guys that about 3 weeks ago. No
one likes a know-it-all.
Well, I mean,
and where were you a second ago when I said the Kings were 8th? They're 9th. Now you want to know it all. You didn't want to know it all a second ago. That's my bad. I got excited. I'm trying to move them up slots. They could have been 8th, 9th, or 10th. They're right slotted at 9th. But go ahead, continue with your know it all behavior. It's fine.
They're in coin flip purgatory. Is that what that is right there?
That's kind of how it had. Like, it wouldn't be the Kings if you weren't in purgatory.
But yeah, man, Miami, it's just not that good. And look, man, all right. I mean, they're cool. They're cool. Don't get it twisted.
I got you.
But people was like, they might go back to the finals. Calm down. That was never going to happen. And I just want to say this. I mean, no disrespect when I say this.
Yes, you do.
But we're already doing it right now. In 5, 10 years from now, we're going to look back on that bubble and be like, that wasn't no basketball, man. That wasn't no NBA basketball. We're going to look back and be like, look, no disrespect. I ain't putting no asterisk on nobody's championship or nothing like that. Only asterisk I put on is the Dodgers championship because that was trash. Okay. It. So there's that. But, and look, and I know they have their own set of issues, but come on, man, the bubble, that wasn't it, man. That wasn't NBA playoff basketball. It wasn't.
So here's the thing. It was, but let's also not pretend like the Lakers weren't the favorites last year. Like the Lakers went off and won an NBA championship that they were supposed to win.
Well, let's calm down with that, because they had a team in Milwaukee that was about to win 70 games.
No. See, this is what. No, see, this is why in 5-10 years people are going to be telling that. Look at that, we're a year removed, and you already got revisionist history.
Yeah, Giannis had gotten hurt. Okay, so what? That doesn't mean
their whole damn roster was hurt. Their season was falling apart.
They still had a run before the playoffs.
They were not even going to sniff 70 games by the time that the season ended.
They were on track to win 70.
They were not. They would have had to have won like every game that was left.
Before injuries, before Giannis got hurt in that game against the Lakers on that Friday night, they were on track to win 70 games. Now, he would have got hurt.
Then they lost like 5 of 6.
They didn't even play that many games after that. They played like 2 games.
No, dude, you're buck. See, this is how stories get told. This is how, like every single person known to mankind was at a game during the pandemic when no one was there.
No. They literally.
Oh man, I was there when
they literally played like 2 games after that. The last weekend,
your memory is dead. The Bucks season was dying.
Jesse, look it up. The Lakers played a huge weekend. The Bucks on Friday, the Clippers on Sunday. We never had another Sunday game after that.
It does, but you're isolating it. You're isolating it to 3 days. There was like 3 weeks where the Bucks season, their run to 70. There were some real questions. Like, they're not going to be healthy before the playoffs get here. How are they going to manage this? Forgive me, I don't mean this to be insensitive. The season suspension was the best thing that could have happened in Milwaukee.
Huh?
The season suspension was the best thing that could have happened in Milwaukee because it gave their team an opportunity to get healthy. They just didn't take advantage of it.
They would have been fine. They had about a month.
You're
probably
bugging,
a week
dude.
and a half.
You.
They were playing Orlando in the first round.
How much McQueen did you have this morning?
They were playing Orlando in the first round. They were going to be fine. I promise you this. They would have got to the Eastern Conference Finals at least.
You're bugging, dude.
Beat Miami in well, we're seeing what's happening right now in a real situation. They would have beat the brakes off Miami last year, like they're about to do this year.
Revisionist history. You're tripping.
Either way, we're going to look back at that bubble and say, I mean, we thank the NBA for making it happen. We thank the sacrifices that the players made, to go out there and finish the season. And we know it's tough. They were staying in these, country clubs and the boundaries and all this other stuff. We appreciate that. I'm going to watch the documentary. But when we get down, like Scottie Pippen said, when we get down to it, that was not NBA playoff basketball.
You can try to minimize it all you want to. The team that was favored to win the NBA championship won it last year. So you can't minimize it that much. It's not like it was the Miami Heat versus, the Portland Trailblazers who got on a hot run and ran through the playoffs. That's not what happened. The Lakers were favored to win with Anthony Davis and LeBron James. They went in there and did it. Just because the Bucks didn't hold up their part, or just because the Philadelphia 76ers didn't hold up their part, or whoever else was slotted to be in the Eastern Conference, or whoever was slotted to be in the Eastern Conference didn't.
That's why the Heat were in there, because it wasn't.
That's only half of the equation. Like, you work overtime to diminish these championships last year, and it's weak.
I'm not diminishing.
The Lakers won.
I'm not trying to diminish it.
Just because you say you're not trying to do something and then you rail on why it shouldn't count doesn't mean it. It's just like your no disrespect line. You can't say, "Hey, no disrespect," but those 2 chains look stupid.
Not once have I said it shouldn't count. Not once.
You said it's not real.
That was not real NBA playoff basketball. Is that the Lakers' fault? No. They won the championship that was scheduled to be played. That is a whole 17th banner or whatever it is. That's not their fault. I'm just, Damian, we're seeing it. Everybody is saying the same thing. The bubble was different. The bubble is not what we have seen for the past.
If it had been the Lakers versus the Bucks, would anybody be saying this?
Yes. 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 Yes.
Okay, dude. Okay.
The bubble was different.
I hope you never talk. The bubble is different. Like, that's fine. But you're using the argument of the bubble being different as a way to diminish the championship. You're using it as a way to your the whole preface of this, by the way, was to bring up the Miami Heat and how what the Miami Heat did last year wasn't real.
It was,
right?
It wasn't real.
So it's just Miami. If it had been the Lakers versus the Bucks, would your theory be the same? Would you still be?
It was different. Home court advantage, all this traveling, all of it matters.
Okay. And yet the team that was favored to win the championship did.
Where's Tyler Hero at?
Isn't he hurt?
No, his game is hurt right now.
Are you sure he's not injured?
He ain't in that bubble.
Okay.
You got anything else?
No, your take on the bubble is weak. Like, you could have just said that he got lucky, that he got on a hot streak, and maybe they only got on a hot streak because of the bubble. Like, that's fine.
That's what I'm saying.
But you use that as a way to diminish everything that happened last year, and I think that's weak. That's a weak take.
The Lakers, okay. Denver coming back from 3-1 twice in a real playoff situation.
And what outcome did that have on the championship?
The conference
finals. End result is what matters.
The conference finals.
What result did that have on the championship?
Your conference finals.
Okay. All right. It was easy. It was easy. Let's just erase it. I mean, I've campaigned for this for years. Let's just erase 2020, period. Like, when we talk about sports, when we talk about life, man, that ball hit in New Year's Eve 2019, and boy, 2021 was lit.
You can erase that. Look, one thing I won't go back on, you can erase that World Series championship. That's a fact. They played about 20 games.
Well, it was 60, and that's a stronger argument than the NBA, because your regular season was literally cut down by like a third. Whereas the NBA, they still played 72-something games. And you're really grossly misremembering Roger Clemens here. Or was it Roger Clemens who said that? No, was it Roger?
I think it was Roger.
Talking to Andy Pettit, he's misremembered. You're misremembering
Capitol Hill.
You're misremembering the Milwaukee Bucks. You need to go back and look.
I remember Giannis got hurt on a Friday. He sprained his knee, and the season.
They were in trouble before that.
They have the best record in the league still.
We thought the Bucks might have been in trouble after game one. Not so much. That whole series could have gone another direction had the Bucks lost that game to the Miami Heat in game one. But they had the emphatic victory that I think the Milwaukee Bucks needed. And what does the Nuggets big victory against the Blazers mean? We'll dive into all that, and we'll talk Kings basketball as we've got our first little bit of postseason lottery news. A tradition unlike any other. We're fighting for the next 4 hours. If you want to be with us here, it's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Kenny Caraway here. And while the NBA playoffs are not the same in real life that they were in the bubble, okay, one thing that doesn't matter if you're in the bubble, if you're in your backyard, if you're on Mars, that's going to taste the same and taste delicious every time. And that's McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. It's the smooth delivery and distinct citrus flavor of McQueen that cools and refreshes me every single time. See, with McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin, it's literally like you can taste the quality in every single bottle, man. The Brazilian gin, it's produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So that tells me, number one, they don't make much. But number two, what they do make is damn good. All right. If you want to try it out for yourself, order online at drizzly.com, or you can grab a bottle next time you're at the store. And if the store doesn't have it, let me know. Let Damien know. We'll talk to our guy Ben over at the Sovereign Brands. We'll get that re-up. We'll get you a bottle. If you want some, we will make sure you have some, okay? Show us how much you enjoy McQueen and Violet Fog Gin by tagging your post at D'Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog. It's time, man. It's time to put the entire valley onto the best gin in the world today. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. Yeah, I agree. Can make
Seen it. Seen it.
Okay, John. So
Don't get mad at him. He's right.
Y'all telling me the Heat were going to go to the finals?
It's not what I said. I said that they were in trouble before that series, and I said that the best thing that happened to them was a break that allowed Middleton and DiVincenzo and all those guys to get healthy. They just didn't take advantage of it. That's their fault.
It's a double-edged sword because the worst thing that happened to them was they lost home court advantage, which is clearly important to them.
Fair enough. It should have been the best thing to happen to them.
Black Bottles 916. What is good?
What's up, man?
Hey man, big happy birthday shout out to that boy Big Mike.
Big Mike.
Let me give him some air horns. Happy
Big
birthday,
Mike run all the big FM stations in Sacramento.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Happy birthday to that man.
I don't think the boss watches the live stream, but the boss got a big promotion.
Oh,
like you talk about core, like the boss got core. She got core status yesterday.
Let me hold it out.
Yeah, like you like, hey, man, I'm sure glad you love our show because she makes decisions in multiple markets now.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
I was talking to her.
Doing big things here, baby.
I was talking to her the other day. Not the other day. It was like a month ago. On her stories, she was like, "Yeah, about to go car shopping," and she like had some sweats on and everything. She's like, "I got to do it like the Cosby Show."
Yeah. All right.
And I was talking to her. I was like, "That's a classic episode."
You're not allowed to do that anymore.
And yeah, right. Although they're back on the air. I don't know if it's the syndication is going like today, but they got back on the air after all that happened because people were like, "That's not fair to
Rudy,
everybody."
Felicia Rashad.
Yeah. So they were like on TV1 for a minute.
Mm. Yeah, buddy. Appreciate you for being here. A couple of quick notes. Mark Jones is going to join us at 2:00, and James Ham will start his weekly visits here with D-Lo and KC coming up tomorrow at 3:20. So make your plans to be with us. You want to be a part of the show? You want to yell at Kenny? You can. 916-349.
Watch yourself. Watch yourself.
I'm just saying.
Calling on this show, yelling at me. Watch yourself.
It's therapeutic sometimes. 916-349-1320. In the midst of all of that arguing, we really didn't dive too much into the games. There really isn't much to dive into other than the Nuggets had a big bounce back. I would argue, even though that the Heat were up 1-0, that was a bounce back. Or excuse me, even though the Bucks were up 1-0 against the Heat, I'd argue that was a bounce back game for them. Giannis was good, but not great down the stretch. Chris Middleton hit that shot, to wind up giving them the victory. And it kind of felt like the Heat made the Bucks a little bit too uncomfortable, and if the Bucks mess around here, they could wind up getting in their in their own head.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, no worries here.
Brett Forbes came out of nowhere and just Brent Forbes. What I call him, Brett. It ain't
cool. That's all right. Brett the Hitman Forbes. That's fine.
He came out on fire. The whole team came out on fire, like you mentioned earlier, from beyond the arc in that first quarter.
Yeah.
And look, the Bucks are just a better team.
Mm-hmm.
They're just a better team. Like Jimmy Butler continues to struggle.
But that's not our question with the Bucks, though, is it? The Bucks are good. Like as a team, like we both believe the Bucks are really good.
Mm-hmm.
There's not coaching has been called into question,
mm-hmm.
and I don't know. The team needs to make the jump this year. Like there needs to be.
What's the jump?
They need to be in the conference finals.
Okay.
And they probably
That's kind of
I'm not sure that they don't. I'm not sure that they don't need to be in the last series.
well. I mean, that's kind of tough because you look at their second round opponent
Mm-hmm.
and like you got to beat them or else there's questions going. I don't know, man. That's kind of tough. That's a tough break. And I've been questioning Budenholzer since last year in the bubble, his ability to make adjustments in the postseason. But man, that's tough. That's tough to be like you got to beat the Nets for it to be a successful season. And look, you're not alone. I think there's probably plenty of people, especially in Milwaukee, who are like, yeah, get to the finals.
You right, like you.
I understand, but
you,
that's a lot.
Your best, is it fair to say your best chance of doing it is this year?
No.
So you're going to be hoping for injuries next year. You're going to be hoping for Kyrie to get maybe retire for a year. You're going to be hoping for James Harden to get hurt at the right time or KD to go down. Like, because that's essentially what that's essentially once these guys get like even a smidge bit of chemistry, that's what you're rooting for. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, that's your way, right? Because a healthy, in sync Brooklyn Nets team, hell, I don't like it. I don't even know how.
Well, see, I think there's a difference between them being the favorite and being unbeatable. You know what I'm saying? Like,
they're not unbeatable yet.
No. So you think, and I'm not even saying you're crazy for thinking this, but you think like next year they might be unbeatable.
I think there's a better chance of them being unbeatable next year than right now. I think they're very beatable this year. I've got bottles on them not making. I've got 4 Luke Belaire bottles on them not getting to the final or not winning the championship. So yes, I absolutely believe they're beatable this year. But next year, 82 games, you get into the flow of a season, guys are playing, they're healthy, they're sticking around. Of course, that's a question mark you can throw out there every year, though. The season should be less condensed, and we'll get to the rumors of a mid-season tournament and all that stuff later. But it's going to be a little less condensed next year. Maybe I don't know. I feel like it's now or potentially not for a long time in the Eastern Conference if the Bucks can't get it done. And I don't even know if you're Milwaukee what improvements you make.
You just run it back. I mean, you got your core. And you make minor stuff on the side, but you run it back with that core.
So you were suspect of Bud earlier this year. You running it back with Bud? And keep in mind, if you say no, I'm going to ask you who the hell you're replacing him with.
I wouldn't fire him.
Okay.
After this year, if they didn't, they got bounced in the second round or something like that. Like I'd still have my questions and it depends on how the series plays out. Like if it's just a 7-game series where it was back and forth and they just lost, that happens. But if they look dumbfounded like they have in the last couple of playoff series where a team figures out what they're doing and they didn't have nothing left in the chamber to give them, then I'll be looking at Coach Bud like, I don't know about you, bro, in this playoff format, but I still wouldn't fire him. I wouldn't fire him after this year.
Nuggets absolutely blew out the Blazers yesterday as well. That was again, neither game was good. We saw Dame Lillard doing Dame Lillard things in the first half. And then sources close to the Nuggets, according to reports, it was Aaron Gordon who stepped up and said, "Hey, let me get Dame." And he did a pretty effective job in the second half against Dame Lillard, which is not something I expected to mention on any show involving a game with the Blazers and the Nuggets. But I mean, Dame had NBA Twitter on fire. He was just absolute 32 points in the first half. I mean, he was doing Dame Lillard things, but they were able to quiet him down. And even while all that was happening, the Blazers were still behind. Like he's the only reason that this game wasn't even a bigger blowout.
Right.
But yeah, Aaron Gordon did a hell of a job. Jokic did the things that are going to earn him an MVP award, and Nuggets got the job done.
And, when we talk about teams being in trouble, after game 1 loss or whatever, make no mistakes about it. I think people get this mixed up when they talk about a series. Like Portland was never going to sweep the Nuggets.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like, just the Phoenix, I think they're going to win. That don't mean they're going to sweep the Lakers. They're it's a 7-game series against 2 good teams. So games will be won, on each side, and momentum shifts and things of that nature. I still think Portland is in the driver's seat in that series. Obviously, they flip home court and everything, but I just look at them. I think they got more options on the offensive end. I think Denver came out desperate last night, and they played with a sense of desperation and a level of physicality needed to tie up that series, and they did what they were supposed to do. Now Portland going back home for 2 games. If I were them, and Charles Barkley talked about it last night about being greedy, I want both of them games.
Mm-hmm.
I want both of them games in Portland. If I'm them, I want to go back to Denver up 3-1 with a chance to close them out.
Absolutely. Jokic joins Alex English and Carmelo Anthony as the only players in Nuggets playoff history with 10 30-point playoff games. Jokic also becomes the first player in Nuggets history with at least 35 points on 75% shooting in a playoff game. He was absolutely locked in. Dame Lillard had 42. That was the third 40-point game of his playoff career. That passed LaMarcus Aldridge and, head-scratchingly enough, CJ McCollum for the most 40-point playoff games in Trailblazers history. I repeat, that was his third. I mean, it's weird. Those like Clyde, Terry Porter, I guess it was just a different game back then. Like they weren't there weren't players regularly dropping 40. But that's what we got last night. We have 3 games on the docket, including a
big night tonight.
It's a big night. It's a good night. It's an NBA TV night too. We've got the Clippers and the Mavericks on NBA TV. TNT has is it Brooklyn, Boston? Is that the first one? And then Phoenix and Los Angeles.
Yeah,
so
it's a big night. It's a heavy night in the association for the playoffs. What game are you looking forward to tomorrow?
I was just about to tell you. I don't think it's far-fetched to think we'll see. I don't want to go so far as to say a mirror image, but like a really similar outing. Where, like, think about Brooklyn, Boston. Brooklyn, Boston was competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they might Milwaukee. They might be the Bucks to the Miami Heat.
Mm-hmm.
They could the Brooklyn Nets could wind up being that against the Boston Celtics tonight. Sorry, Jesse, our producer, the Celtics fan. On the other hand, the Lakers need to get this one. Mm-hmm. They can't face the scrutiny of going down 2-0. Blowout seems like a stretch, but stranger things have happened. I could see, though, I have no idea what's going to happen with the Clippers and the Mavericks, but just looking at those 2 TNT games right there, I could see it kind of play out the same way that it played out last night. I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be disappointed, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I'd be surprised if the Lakers blew out the Suns.
Okay.
That would shock me. With them winning, yeah, I could see them winning. Blowing out the Suns, that would be pretty surprising, but it's definitely a must-win game for them. I'm really anxious to see what's going on with these Clippers, man. This is a huge spot for them.
Well, maybe that's the game instead of the Suns and the Lakers. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's the Clippers over the Mavericks. Maybe it's the Clippers that have to have a big night, and they have that. Okay, we're down 1-0 like the Nuggets were last night. Mm-hmm. And they have that big outing against, Luka Doncic has himself a big day, but it's not enough for the Los Angeles Clippers.
They need it. They need it because the Clips, extremely disappointing in that game 1 for them to come out and play the way they did. And credit to Dallas as well. Dallas went in there and got the win. Like I said, Luka was doing his thing. Tim Hardaway Jr. was phenomenal as well. So shout out to them. But the Clippers, they should be embarrassed right now. They really should be embarrassed. And there should be a level of intensity from the start from them that is A1. And I don't know. I don't know if the Clippers have that in them. I picked them to get out of the West. But like I said, I used the caveat when I made the pick saying 3 weeks from now, I'm going to sit up here and be like, what were you thinking?
Thank goodness you were the only one dumb enough to pick them. That's a relief. No one else thought the Clippers might come out of the Western Conference, except for you. Whew. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in and be a part of the show. Of course, you can watch on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We'll talk a lot more NBA as we roll along here. Again, Mark Jones going to join us at 2 o'clock. His NBA season is far, far from over. As he's on the call for a number of these ESPN games. We'll talk to him about that. We'll talk to him about the fact that the Kings are slotted now in the pre-lottery draft order at number 9 as the ping pong balls popped up today. The first of a series of ping pong balls that we have to watch here as Sacramento Kings fans. And as many were noting on Twitter today, it's a tradition unlike any other. Following the ping pong balls, for your Sacramento Kings. There was a 3-way tie with Chicago, Sacramento, and New Orleans. Chicago got the 8th spot. Sacramento got the 9th spot. And New Orleans got the 10th spot. So the Kings right now are slotted in pre-lottery draft order at number 9. They have a 4.5 chance to land the top pick in the draft. And they have a 20% chance, just over 20% chance to land in the top 4.
That's pretty good odds to get in the top 4.
That's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Yeah,
not bad at all.
That's pretty good odds. Better than I would expect for them being, with the 9th worst record in the game. So, this is crazy. This is crazy. I know how I started this show, how I started the season, talking about this draft. And yeah, I've done a 180. I almost don't see. I would be so aggressive with trying to move that pick.
And this, just to be clear, this is, let's say things go chalk. This is pick at 9. Be aggressive moving it.
Be aggressive moving. I'm seeing guys that are cool. They're cool.
Go ahead, take a shot at Scotty Barnes. I see Scotty Barnes' name here in a mock draft that says, let's see, the worst defensive team in the NBA could be attracted to the versatility, intensity, and instinct offered by Scotty Barnes, who has been a winner everywhere he has played. Never heard that before. He'd bring the type of length and playmaking ability the Kings really lacked at the forward spots, giving them plenty of lineup flexibility around their core of De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton. Of course, Jonathan doesn't know. That's their core. Yes, of De'Aaron Fox. We'll send him a note. We'll correct him. It happens. We make mistakes all the time.
What he's saying actually isn't wrong. I mean, there is an element of Scotty Brooks' game and his intensity and his versatility on the defense.
Scotty Brooks is not coming out of retirement. Yeah, he deadly shooter. Yeah. Deadly shooter.
He's not versatile on the defense.
I think he'd be the first to tell you that too.
Scotty Barnes. There's an element of
Kenny really looking forward to that Wizards game.
I am. So I look, if they made that pick, I know I've been kind of, off, on that idea the whole time. But
you've kind of crapped on Scotty Barnes like 10 times.
Yeah, because Scotty Barnes he's not a game changer.
Anytime you'd mention a pick when you started to make that 180, the name you kept saying for whatever reason, like Scotty Barnes is gonna lead this team to the playoffs. It's like, man, what did Scotty do to you?
Scotty doesn't
know.
In all honesty, Scotty is a fine player and a fine prospect, and there are aspects to his game that I think the Kings definitely lack and would help this team. He's just not there yet.
But what you're saying is the Kings need something bigger, and if you could use this pick to get something bigger,
they need something right now. You know what I'm saying? They need something that's a game changer right now, and I find it hard to see Scotty Barnes. I hope he doesn't get drafted just because I'm gonna say Scotty Brooks all the time. But I can't see the 19-year-old Scotty Barnes coming here and changing the Kings' fortunes to the level where they make the playoffs on the defensive end. There's still going to be an adjustment period for that. And because of that, I see another one that says Zaire Williams. I see another one that said Cody Crispert. These are fine prospects. I really like them, but they need, George Karl talked about it yesterday. He said they need a veteran guy that is ready to change the fortune of this franchise from the moment they step into the building. And that's, I would be really aggressive with that pick, my package, that pick, Buddy Hield, Marvin Bagley, the third and try.
But that's a bit that's your package to land an all-star.
Yeah,
that's not your just trade. Hey, here's the package.
Yeah.
What do y'all like? That's what you're talking about to land a. I almost said Vucevic. Siakam and
Sabonis.
and Sabonis.
Yeah, and then it's also a situation where I keep saying it, man, but I'm keeping my eyes on the Clippers. You know what I'm saying? And what that situation is, because they'll need some they'll need some draft capital. They don't have no draft capital coming up because they've traded it all away in that Paul George trade with Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
So keep an eye on that, man. Like I need somebody that is going to change this team's fortunes immediately.
Are you rooting for the match? Like, you hate Dallas. You hate everything about Dallas.
Yeah. That's facts.
But would you root for them to win just so it gets really, really bad in Los Angeles?
No, because number one, I picked the Clippers. I want to be right. Number two,
above all else, be right.
Number two, that doesn't guarantee me Paul George. Like if I was like really confident that if it went all bad, they'd move on from Paul George and the Kings would be first in line.
Right. But these are ping pong balls. Like, we're trying to win the lottery here somewhere. Kings got to win a lottery somewhere. And if it's the lottery, or if it's the, things blow up in the Clippers locker room lottery, or things blow up in the Pacers locker room lottery, something has to go wrong. It's funny because we'll talk about what Bob Myers said yesterday about the immediate future of the Golden State Warriors. It sounds pretty freaking familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about going out there because they're probably going to wind up with the top pick here. They're going to wind up with the top pick in this lottery here, and I know you have your feelings about that, but they're looking around like, that's cool, maybe not what we need though.
Mm-hmm.
And they need to go out there, and maybe they don't have to attract the same type of younger veteran player that the Sacramento Kings do, because you've already got Steph. You're banking on Clay. You've got those pieces there. I said you're banking on it. I didn't say he's going to be there. I said you're banking on him being there.
They're really banking on it too. They're like, oh, we get Clay back next year. It's going to be.
That's all you can do.
Yeah, I would not be hopeful.
Really,
super cautious.
You could be hopeful and you could be cautiously hopeful.
Yeah, I see people. They're like, oh, we get Clay back next year. We right back in this. I'm like,
well, that's true. I believe that's 100% true. If you get Clay back, okay. Well, let's table that. Let's table that because I disagree with you.
Okay.
I disagree with you. We'll shocker. We'll get to that conversation here in just a couple minutes, but I do want to talk about that. Will Z's on the phone. I don't know if Will Z has ever called before. I know this is gonna be weird.
In the house, let's go.
This could be weird. 916-349-1320. What's up, Will?
Hey guys, how's it going?
We all right, man. What's up?
Not too much. So I was looking at the Clippers and Mavericks game. Of course, the Kings aren't in the playoffs, so I've got to look for stats somewhere. And so Luka scored 31 points on game one. 16 of those came against Zubac. I was watching the game, like, why do they keep letting Zubac switch onto Luka? And he just feasted on him. Went 6 of 9, 3 of 6 from 3. Just the Clippers have all these great defenders, and Luka's just going to town on Zubac. So just want to throw that stat out there, let you guys know.
Appreciate it.
It's a good call, Will.
Will Z, by the way, for those who didn't equate that, he's our official D-Lo and KC statistician.
Yeah, absolutely.
Call more often with stats.
Yeah, man, and that's a good call. There's nothing that frustrates. This used to happen a lot with the Warriors, and the switching, the pick and roll, to have the big guy on the guard, Steph Curry in that case, in this case, Luka Doncic, it's just infuriating. You know what I mean? I don't understand it. I would, if I was the Clip, these guys are all They're all NBA players, right? They're all great ball players. But I would say I'm not switching that. And Porzingis or Maxi Kleber, you're just going to have to average 40 for this series. Because I'm not switching this complete mismatch of Zubac on the Luka. I'm trapping that, and I'm trying to get my guard back on him. And maybe we can bail out of that. Zubac can bail out of that and get to the big guy or whatever. But they just let it happen. Will is right. They just let it happen. Just switch. Here comes it. And the screens aren't even that devastating. Like, go underneath them, get your leg over the top of them, whatever the case may be, and fight over the screen. But it happens a lot in NBA basketball, and I don't understand it. I really don't.
I really was expecting you to launch into a different tirade there about Kawhi not being glued to Luka or Paul George not.
Yeah, they had at the end of the game on Saturday, they were trying to have Batum guard him.
Yeah, I saw that.
Why is Kawhi and Paul George even there? If neither one of them can guard Luka, why are they even there? And Tim Hardaway Jr. was lighting up Paul George, whoever it was. Yeah, they I'm telling you, man, they need a gut check. They need a gut check over there. Kawhi, I think Kawhi is awesome. I think he's but you're not living up to what we expected you to be after that Toronto series. You're not.
Well, whose fault's that? Is that his fault or is that our fault?
It's Kawhi's fault.
Why? We set the expectations for him.
Hey, he should have said that. Well, maybe it is our fault. Maybe we expected too much out of him, and he wasn't ready to.
Boy, because we went super hyperbole after that Toronto series, and when I say we, I mean collectively, not necessarily you or I. I don't know. Kawhi Leonard is better than LeBron James. He is the greatest basketball player in the game today.
I said he had the title belt.
Dude,
I said
that went on. That went on for weeks. It's like, man, he won a championship with Toronto. That's commendable. But we're really doing that. You put the bar like that. That bar was put in a different stratosphere after that series against Golden State, which everyone says, well, they wouldn't have won it if everybody was healthy.
Well, I mean, that's debatable.
Well, I believe that it is debatable. That's not my take, but don't tell me you've never heard that take before.
For sure. Oh, I've heard it all in Northern California.
We'll come back. We'll talk about a mid-season tournament.
I like that.
I figured you would. I'm gonna need you to explain it to your boy here as D-Lo and KC continue on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Where is that message from Cole? Yeah, y'all bugging out about this. It's in the notes today, but y'all are bugging the F out over this, including Liz.
Okay. Liz, I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you about that. I think we're on the same page.
The thing is, if Liz come for your neck,
she coming for your neck.
You're dead. Like I've never seen it before, but from what I hear, you're like Game of Thrones dead.
Yeah, you like Kenny Caraway going after me. Don't say much, but when I come after your neck, I'm coming after your neck.
There it is.
Liz came after homeboy,
and it's Coffee Boy, but he didn't deserve it though. Unlike Coffee Boy, like again, like we'll address it. I love Liz, but I got Curtis isn't that guy, dude. Like Kurt's not that guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's not that guy.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about it here. It's in the notes. It's later, but it's here. We'll get to it.
Wow. Yeah, I definitely was interested to see how you felt about that, and I think we.
And by the way, there ain't an Instagram follower in the world that would give a damn if Liz Cambage was 300 pounds.
No.
You follow Liz Cambage to see every pound of her 235. And she has she shows you about 234 of those 235 pounds on a daily basis. Like she knows who and what she is.
You know, one thing that I'm
she's been in the league for a while too.
You know what? She hadn't even really been on my radar except for the last couple of years.
Well, she sat like when they were in Tulsa, she's like, nah. She played like 1 year in Tulsa. Like Tulsa organizationally was a disaster. It was such a stupid idea by the WNBA to try Tulsa. And when she landed there, she was like, I ain't doing this. Like she showed up for 1 year, 2 years maybe, and then things kind of went the way that they went, and she wound up there in Las Vegas when they moved.
And the thing with Liz,
perfect spot for her.
For what I can tell, is she's a superstar in Australia. She don't need the WNBA.
And, not even close.
Now she's ventured into the modeling and everything she's doing with that. Like you try to say come play in Tulsa, she's a legit superstar. Wow. And there unfortunately aren't a ton of them in the WNBA, but Liz is absolutely one. Yeah, Tulsa was such a bad idea. Like I don't know if they were trying to. I can't remember what the rationale was for it. Like Oklahoma, get that Oklahoma City type of feel.
Well, they were coming off of remember the Courtney and Ashley Paris. Courtney played here.
Okay.
Courtney and Ashley Paris had really kind of shot Oklahoma up in the women's basketball market, and I don't know if they thought they could take advantage of that or what. But it was. Oh
yeah, I remember the Paris sisters.
You talk about rinky dink. Bruh, Tulsa was that schedule would come out. Hey, how we gonna skip this Tulsa trip? Because I don't want to be there. I'm talking players union getting involved.
Damn.
How
long were they in Tulsa for?
Not super long. Yeah, not super long. I'll have to Tulsa. Shock, which was lost Detroit, which was terrible. So they were in Tulsa for 5 years, and then they're Dallas now. Mark Jones coming up. At the top of the 2:00 hour. We hope that you'll be with us. Check us out on the Odyssey app. You can check us out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320.
Real quick, I see my main man JT Roberts here in the YouTube chat. Man, I want to give him a shout out. He had his first home game as the head coach of Kennedy High School last night. Man, he's an alma mater of Kennedy. So coming full circle. That's my man for a long time, man. So big shout out to you, JT. Having your home game. I don't know if you guys won or not. I'm assuming you guys did. Unless you played McClatchy, then I'm definitely going for the Lions, okay? But other than that, congratulations to my man JT having his first home game.
Yeah, that's good stuff. My best friend sent me a link to watch my godson's game. I was like, wait a minute. What is this a game to? Is this what? He was like, no, Del Campo, they're playing a game. Really? I didn't know. I just assumed the season wasn't happening. So I'm like, can I go see him in person? And I guess to go watch games is a bit of a different. I can't just show up and watch my godson play, man. It's a bit of a different deal here. As Coach Roberts got the dub last night. So good stuff, man. Coach, we appreciate you checking us out here today. Good luck to the crew at Kennedy this year, and good luck to the rest of the squad. And remember, if you're on Twitch and you want to become famous, just click on that link right there. I'm sure nothing terrible will happen as we get hit with this buy followers, primes, and viewers on a daily.
And they always ask us the same question: want to become famous?
They're the telemarketers of the chat. It is spectacular. I don't know if anybody's actually clicked on that link. At least no one in our family. There's some other stations that have clicked on it.
Yeah, not our job.
916-349-1320 if you want to get in here on the conversation. We had mentioned as Kenny was taking shots at Scotty Barnes here just before. Maybe that's a slight misrepresentation of what happened.
For after he gets drafted, we're his first interview here, and I'm like, Scotty, my guy, Scotty, baby, what's going on?
Scotty, we were talking last year. You know what type of player the Sacramento Kings need? We're talking about a versatile, intense type of defender, Scotty. We've been talking about this for months. We're so happy that you're here.
You know, the ironic thing about all this is like if Scotty Barnes was 25 and in the NBA, I'd be
and
like,
in the league, right?
Yeah,
in the league,
yeah. Like you
right.
need somebody like that, but it's just him being 19. I'm like, I don't know.
Davion Mitchell's like 22.
Yeah. Now, see, that's a little different though, too. Getting that senior who's I expect Davion to come in and produce.
So if he's if he's around, are you interested?
Well, one of the mocks that I've seen, they got Davion going 10. So he'd be on the board.
Well, 10's after 9, so that works.
He'd be on the board. If you're going to keep that pick, I like him more than some of the other guys I've seen around that number.
But what you don't want is them to keep the pick. You want this to be moved.
Yes, if there's a move to be made. You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
like if
I got you.
If something's there and it's like Marvin Bagley, but say Toronto's like, Marvin Bagley, but here, throw in a couple of firsts. Yes.
Do you entertain picks? I'm sorry. Do you entertain proposals if they win the lottery and jump into the top 4?
Woo! Yeah, you entertain them. Yes.
Okay?
The price has gone up. Like I don't know if Siakam is good enough for me to trade away a top 4 pick.
And you don't entertain anything if they like win the lottery and they're drafting it first. Like at number 1, you're taking Cade Cunningham, and there's no trade that could be made that will change that.
I'm probably in the minority. There are trades that could be made. Are they realistic? I don't know.
LeBron James for Cade Cunningham is off the table. I'm going to throw Steph Curry and a handful of other guys into that conversation who are probably off the table. Is Cade Cunningham a guy that you... I don't feel like you like Cade Cunningham, and anyone who's been listening to this show long enough knows that you really like Jalen Green, which is great. He's a G League Ignite guy. I think there's something to be said for that. But is this I'll make this a little bit easier on you. Is Cade Cunningham a guy that you can build a franchise around?
I think so. I like Cade Cunningham too. I do like him. I like Jalen Green a little bit better, but Cade Cunningham that boy's bad.
So definitively the answer to that same question for Jalen Green then is yes.
Yes.
Do either one of those guys fit better in the core of the Sacramento Kings?
Cade fits better.
Does that hurt you a little bit?
No.
Of course, this is 4% chance this happens.
Yeah,
but
Cade would be amazing. Cade, so no, it doesn't hurt me because Cade would be amazing.
And what's Cade Cunningham position again?
He's like a small forward. I wonder. So here, people probably think this is crazy. All right, but hell, let's throw out these hypotheticals. We went down hypothetical roll. Let's throw them out. The Kings got
an entire offseason ahead of us. We can do how many hypotheticals we want. We're good.
The Kings got the number 1 pick. And I'm trying to map this out here. And the Warriors said, we'll give you Wiseman in our own pick, not the Timberwolves pick. So their own pick is like probably 14 or something like that. We'll give you Wiseman in our own pick for Cade Cunningham.
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't do it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Would you?
I think
you get the 4. You were right. It's the 14th pick in Wiseman.
I'd think about it.
Really?
I think about it.
What if
Cade is like he's like what you want though, because he can handle the ball, he's got size, all this other stuff, and those are the guys that I'm gravitated to. But if you get Wiseman, you could probably move on from Rashawn Holmes, save that money.
But you're looking at another player that needs to develop. That's just it's as good as having a rookie here, which I feel like is what you're trying to avoid. Let me present a more difficult.
That's what you would be doing if you had Cade Cunningham. You literally have a rookie. Wiseman would be
that's what I mean. I was like, what are you really getting out of this deal?
You're getting you're getting a true big that you can build around,
which they need.
Yeah, and you would get a guy that's a little more seasoned. I mean, it really would just be a big to go with Tyrese and De'Aaron. You'd save money with not having to bring back Rashawn Holmes. I don't know if that gets you closer to the playoffs.
What if Bob calls? Bob calls and says, "Hey, Monty, listen. We're not super, we're excited about Clay's return, but we need to have a backup plan here. if they orchestrated some sort of deal that would send, let's say your 14th pick, right?
Yep.
14th pick and Draymond Green to Sacramento for Buddy. And we'll say the 4.
No, and I'll tell you why. It's not necessarily about Draymond. Draymond makes too much money.
But Buddy, they need a shooter just in case. Just in case Clay ain't ready. They need a shooter. We're moving on.
I'm getting off of Buddy to clear space.
For who?
For an all-star. If you can, like, you're gonna have to bring some back. But like, I need somebody that's gonna produce. Draymond not gonna produce every night. He's not.
But does he have to? But he could produce. He's not going to be he might not produce offensively every night, but he's not going to be invisible on the floor. You need grittiness. You need toughness. These are all of the things that you talk about. You need the guy in your face. The guy can move the ball. He can pass at his position. Maybe you don't want him.
You can get that for cheaper. You're making $25 million a year.
So is Buddy.
I know. So if I'm getting off of Buddy and I'm bringing back I need somebody that's all-star.
Would you do Buddy Draymond straight up?
No. No.
The levels of, like, if you ever wondered how much Kenny hates Draymond Green, you just got your answer. No, because this is Kenny, move him at all costs, Caraway.
That's not what this is. Draymond makes $25 million.
What does Buddy make?
He's not a $25 million. They're neither one of them are $25 million players.
But you get a player who is more. Could Draymond help more than Buddy?
Yeah, he could help more than Buddy. Is he worth the $25 million to this roster? I don't think so. Okay. And he's diminishing. Like
I'm not saying you got to re-sign him.
Well, he got 3 years left.
He could. I think he could still be an asset. I'm just trying to get. I'm just measuring. I'm just checking the temperature. That's all I'm doing.
Well, the main thing is getting rid of.
There's no point in getting rid of money. There's no point in that. Like, what are you going to do? Be a big attractive destination for somebody? No, you're going to have to trade for somebody.
No, but I do believe in, like, you're getting rid of that money, or you're trading that money for a superstar or close to it. Draymond's not a superstar. And Draymond don't have Steph Curry here. Like, he ain't getting them 16 assist games with the Kings.
Wow, shot at Tyrese and De'Aaron Fox. Brutal.
Yeah, well, they're going to create a little bit more on their own, not off of Draymond.
Well, maybe Draymond could be a in the restricted area scorer now.
I believe get Draymond away from Steph Curry, and he's not. He ain't that. That's the other thing about that.
I think
he's in a perfect situation. Like, Draymond can't go anywhere in the league and do what he does and be as effective. He's not that type of player.
Maybe not anywhere in the league, but I believe there are places he could go and be effective. And I feel like this is one of the places he could go and be effective.
He can be effective.
I think he could still be a defensive player of the year candidate in Sacramento.
Nah, them days are done.
Wasn't he a finalist this year?
I don't know. He might have been. I don't know.
Did you just tune him out?
No, I didn't see that. I didn't see that finalist, the defensive player of the year.
$24 million next season, $26 million in 2022.
No, hell no.
27.
Finish the rest. Hell no. We're escalating now. Hell no. Hell no. I was like, yo, if it stayed the same, yeah, I wouldn't want to do it. Now we going up in price every year? Hell no.
It's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I just need you to say, I'd rather keep Buddy. Go ahead, drink your water. I know this is tough, but I'm going to need you to say those words.
I'd rather keep Buddy. Oh, man.
I'd rather keep Shavano. I need you to say that.
You can't make me say that.
But that is essentially what you're saying, and I just need you to say those words out loud.
No, I'd rather look for another deal.
No. In the
That's
deal,
that's what it is. I'd rather go with another deal.
All right. I'll let you slide on this one.
Speaking of finalists and awards and everything, that was pretty cool with Jordan Clarkson last night.
That was great.
Yeah.
I completely agree. That was awesome.
Yeah. Sixth man of the year.
I enjoyed that. For those who didn't see it, Jordan Clarkson and Joe Ingles was like wearing a Jordan Clarkson, the old school cartoon shirt.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool shirt.
And they did a great job of setting up. I think the trivia question was how many Utah Jazz players have won 6 Man of the Year awards? And Jordan Clarkson says none. And Joe says 1. And he points at Jordan, and Jordan's kind of like baffled a little bit, and he reaches back and hands him the trophy. So that was a pretty cool.
That was dope.
That was a pretty great moment. Like, speaking of, you're listening to D'Lo and KC, by the way. We're no 6 men here though. Starting lineup only. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on Twitch. And we're live on YouTube. We hope that you check us out there. We'll hope that you hit the thumbs up if you're watching and subscribe. Mark Jones coming up 1 hour from right now. We'll also get into Aaron Rodgers' interview with Kenny Mayne last night. It was great television on Sports Center, by the way, with Kenny Mayne's final Sports Center that he did. And we'll get into some more Julio Jones notes as well. I remember being at Arco when like the whole game stopped for Bobby Jackson. And I feel like it was like his brothers. It was someone in his family that was holding up a sign that said Bobby Jackson 6 Man of the Year. And the whole crowd went nuts to the point like a timeout was called. Bobby like had to acknowledge the crowd to get everybody to like stop. Basically, like it's like give them the acknowledgement and maybe they'll sit down. They didn't. So he kind of got the curtain call, came out and did it again. That's one of the best moments, I think, in Arco Arena history.
That's dope.
In Kings basketball history. That was pretty cool.
You know, I was sitting there and I saw Jordan Clarkson, you know, everything that happened and him getting the 6 Man of the Year award. And I agree with your take about something like this, where nobody is cool coming off the bench. They all want to start. I don't know what's so wrong about being that type of player off the bench. And I know if you give Jordan Clarkson the choice, he'd want to start, right? But think about this here. You're the 6th man. You're guaranteeing yourself 25 to 30, maybe 35 minutes a night. Your job is to go get buckets. Like, that's what you do. It's not run the offense, get everybody involved. It's not even D up, nothing like that. When we put you in your instant offense, that's what we're looking for you to do. We're going to run things through you. You're going up against second unit guys. Like, go to work. I don't see what's bad about that.
It's not bad, but it's also, you know, there's a level of prestige that comes with starting. All-star games are really difficult to make if you're not a starter. You know what I mean? The accolades come when you're a starter. Like the 6 Man acknowledgement, like it's a cool acknowledgement. I think it's a bigger acknowledgement from like your teammates, from like coaches in the league. Obviously the media is acknowledging because they voted for you that you did well at that position. But it has a feel like a, hey, good job, buddy. But these guys are like, you talk about competitiveness all the time. You talk about your competitiveness. Some people in your household might say you're unhealthy competitiveness. Well, you're an athlete. You were just short of the professional level. Like that's what you are. That's the way that these guys are wired. Jordan Clarkson, looking at that lineup, he's not saying it to the media. And part of this is, you know, this is like the 6 Man of the Year award plus the sportsmanship award, because they're not making us think about coming off the bench because they're playing so well. But Jordan Clarkson thinks that he's better than players in front of him. Nothing wrong with that. And all of these guys coming off the bench think that they're better than the players, and that's what they want to work for. So when if Jordan Clarkson's role is 6 Man, at some point in his contract, he'll have to decide if there's a core in front of him. He's got to decide, do I want to continue to do this, or do I want to move on and be a starter somewhere else? The situation with Bobby was, hell, I remember being at a comedy show with D.L. Hughley, one of my first big events at KSFM was introducing DL Hughley at the Sacramento Memorial Auditorium. Bobby and a couple of other players at the time were in front, but I remember Bobby because DL pointed him out.
Mm-hmm.
And Bobby's like, hey, Bobby Jackson, hey, when are you going to start over Mike? And the crowd erupts, right? So it's like, it's this unique, there was that unique thing where with the Kings, you probably could have gone either way. Mm-hmm. And that's that's like what that shows how great of a six-man Bobby was. Right. Probably the same thing with Jordan Clarkson. I mean, Manu Ginobili gets referenced all the time. He was the guy who accepted his role, right? You know how many times Manu Ginobili won the Sixth Man of the Year award? Once. It's like, oh, look, we're acknowledging what he's doing. He's not going to win it again. The chances of Jordan Clarkson becoming like the next Lou Williams probably isn't going to be a thing. Lou Williams, it's not just the way that Lou Williams played that stood out that garnered him this Sixth Man of the Year award over and over again. He had a certain attitude about it. He had a certain like flair and fire about it. And I think that people look at that as valuable in this case, but you're just not going to get the same accolades in this position as you are in the starting lineup. And guys are always going to be competitive.
Yeah. I know I look at it where, I started all the time on all levels. You know what I mean? I think when I went to consume this river, the first 3 games I came off the bench, and then I worked my way into the starting lineup, started for the rest of the next 2 years. And I remember when I was down in LA, I was playing in it was like an entertainers league or something like that. But I was like the new guy. It was a bunch of LA people, and they didn't know me. It's real cliquish down there. And I started on the bench. And just for that moment, for that time, I was like, this is the birds. Like, this is whack. I ain't starting. Like, what is this? So I say all that to say, I understand the mindset of all these guys. Jordan Clarkson started his whole life. You know what I'm saying? His whole life. And then all of a sudden he's coming off the bench. I understand where you want to get back to that place where you're starting all the time. But I just thought about it and I looked at it. And if you're looking at it from a basketball sense, the accolades you're not gonna get, the endorsements, the possible all-stars, those are probably out the window. But in a basketball sense, like I said, coach calls on you. You know what your role is every day is to go in there and get buckets. You're playing 30 minutes a game. You got pretty much the green light to shoot whenever you want to. Seems great.
Yeah, but I think in this case, you're talking about, like, you're legitimately talking about the Sixth Man of the Year. Like, you're talking about the best 6 men in the entire league. Like, there aren't very many guys. Like, the Sixth Man of the Year was implemented in 1982. Mm-hmm. Kevin McHale has won it twice. Detlef Schrempf won it twice. Jamal Crawford, of course, he's won it 3 times. Lou Williams has won it 3 times. Mm-hmm. Those are the only repeat winners of this award. So it's I don't know. And James Harden won it, which is always going to be an interesting footnote in his history. James Harden once won the Sixth Man of the Year award. Your point is valid. It's a great role to have. Mm-hmm. But I think I'm sure Jordan Clarkson loves that he won. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't want to be in a position to win it again. Mm-hmm. That's just my opinion. I've never asked Jordan Clarkson about this, surprisingly enough.
No,
never asked him.
No, I get it.
I'm just guessing. I guess he doesn't want to.
I guess I'm bringing it all the way back around to Buddy Hield. And I don't know, a part of what you talk about, competitiveness is number one. But part of what you talk about, here we go. We be pocket watching here on D-Lo and Casey. But part of it is that if you're in that 6-man role, there's probably a cap on how much money you can make. Buddy Hield has made the big starter contract, right? Like, go try and get another $100 million. I understand it, but that's not a factor anymore. You've made the starter contract money. Now be the best player for that you can be in the team since. And I think he'd be a great 6-man.
Is your position as a 6th man more fragile than as a starter? Because you've got like this year's draft pick coming in. You've got a handful of other guys who contribute to the team in the same way. You're the Utah Jazz. They finished with the best record in the league, right?
Yep.
You got the Utah Jazz. They finished with the best record in the league, which means they've got a good second unit in place. You've got other guys you've got other guys who are fighting to be the sixth man while you're fighting to be the starter. But Donovan Mitchell ain't going nowhere. You start looking around. Rudy Gobert ain't going nowhere. Mike Conley still got. You start looking around and going, yeah, I'm the sixth man on this team for a while. Unless one of these guys behind me, comes and takes my spot away, and then they become the sixth man, and they become the glue, and they become, the guy who kind of hell. We saw a couple of them yesterday. Guys who kind of hold this whole thing together. That's tough.
No, I get you. I understand. Yeah. John Bull
Doesn't change the fact that Buddy Hield should be on the bench.
Yes,
just want to bring this all. Just make sure we make that clear. You got your money. Go to the bench, pal.
John Bull, once again, Jordan Clarkson, another guy who left Luke Walton.
Man, I see no lie there from John Bull.
Oh,
no lie.
We forgot that he played with the Cavs. Okay.
No.
Forget the argument. We forgot that he played with the Cavs and was not very good.
Maybe the argument is he's playing with Quinn Snyder now.
Okay.
I'm just a mediator here between you and the chat. I'm trying to smooth things over, man. We're one big happy family here.
Here's Sleazy. Players better after Walton. Ingram, Julius Randle, Clarkson, Lonzo, D'Angelo Russell. Okay. You guys already know how I feel about that.
Is he okay? That's fine. Is he wrong?
No, he's not wrong.
Okay.
How old were those kids?
I really wanted the silence to linger out there for a minute.
How old were those kids?
I'll have to check their birth certificates, but yep, they were pretty young with Luke Walton, and
couldn't buy a drink at the time.
That's probably true. Full disclosure, though, I did like the direction of that young Lakers team. I had said that before. I had said that for a while. The direction of that young Luke Walton led Lakers team, I really liked. It's just, it changed. I don't know where they would have wound up. I don't know if they capped out. Like they were, I think they were at 37 wins, which might not be right, but they were in that vicinity. That could have been their cap. They could have been a 37-win team the next year. Like what were the Kings this year with the percentage of an 82-game season? I think James said it was 35.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what Luke Walton is. Maybe he's a 35 to 37 win coach. We won't know as it pertains to the Lakers because the entire dynamic of that team changed the next year, and your expectations change when LeBron James comes to town. Well, he's going to get a chance to show he's more than a 35, 36, 37 win coach next year.
He'll be gone.
And that, my friend, is also accurate. I wanted to get to this play-in tournament because I know you've got feelings about it. So I'm going to need you to explain it to me.
Okay.
Preferably like I'm 5. That's coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Driven to be the absolute best, just like McQueen and the Violet Fog is poured to be the absolute best. And anytime, me and Ken have a little argument, I just step back at about 4:05, pour me a nice little McQueen and the Violet Fog with that distinct citrus flavor. Get ready for these games tonight. And I'm always left ready for the next broadcast, man. Just like I'm ready for the next bottle. This Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. That's what we mean when we say they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. And you can get yours right now at drizzly.com. You can have it delivered to you, or you can grab a bottle at your favorite retailer. For whatever reason your favorite retailer doesn't have McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, no problem. Let me know. Let Casey know. We'll let Ben know, and we'll make sure your store gets the re-up there with McQueen and the Violet Fog. We love all of the pictures that we're seeing on social media at D'Lo and Casey, at McQueen Violet Fog. If you pick up a bottle, if you make that cocktail, tag us. We want to see it. We want to retweet it. We want to share it on our Instagram stories. We want to hip the entire world to the best gin in the entire world. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. KIFM, ESPN 1320. D-Lo and KC remind you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive.
Yeah.
Get yours. Speaking of getting yours, bam! Get yours today at thedopeones.com. Get yours today at thedopeones.com. Search the D-Lo and KC collection. Enter promo code D-Lo KC for 10% off your order. That's not D-Lo and KC. It's just D-Lo KC. D-L-O KC. And get 10% off your order. The Dope Ones is hanging out in New York right now with Spike Lee, but your order will be fulfilled immediately. Go to thedopeones.com, search the D-Lo and KC collection, and use the promo code DLOKC for 10% off your order.
It's lit. Where is he at, John Bull? Where are you at here? He said, where he said Clarkson got 4 points better. Where is that? Oh, yeah, 4 points better when he went to Cleveland over LA. He was not in the running for sixth man of the year. Now, just because you score more points doesn't always mean that, you just became a better player. Maybe you got a better opportunity, whatever the case. John knows my whole deal with that. Number one, like I said, just be consistent if you're going to make that argument. If you say they got better when they left Walton, say that Walton made De'Aaron Fox and Rashawn Holmes better and made Harrison Barnes better. I don't think either is true, so I don't say either one. I'm the only one consistent here. I don't think Walton made Fox better or Holmes or any of that other stuff.
It's all just a series of coincidences. I'll say this here on the chat, and there's a good number of people watching. I really enjoyed our conversation with George Karl yesterday.
Me too.
We were kind of prepared for one thing and got something else, and I enjoyed it. I still have my feelings about him, but I appreciated the conversation, which I didn't expect to. Mark Jones coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. We'll talk with him. You can hear him on the Odyssey app or on youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.com/ESPN1320. A lot of other things we want to talk about as well. Obviously, we could talk with Mark about the Kings. They're going to be slotted here in the pre-draft lottery order at number 9. We'll get his opinion on the Kings potentially trading that pick, just kind of different ideas that he likes. Obviously, he has a great look at the league as his season is far from over. He's still calling games in the NBA playoffs. We'll get his thoughts on some things that we saw last night and maybe even some things that we saw tonight or that we will see tonight. Sorry. Yeah, I got thrown off. Diana Taurasi will miss at least 4 weeks with a chest injury.
Man, is Taurasi on her last leg?
Yeah. Diana's been on her last leg for a minute. I think so is Sue Bird, and I know they won the title last year. I think this is a hypothesis, an educated opinion. I think Diana and Sue stuck around for the Olympics. Like they're about to I think they're going to be on gold medal like 5 or something absurd like that. So that's historic, and I think with Gino in charge for the most part of USA basketball, I think they knew they kind of had it. Not that they're not deserving, but I think they knew they kind of had a free pass to the Olympics, and they can get that 5th gold medal. Well, I'm never going to say a bad thing about Diana or Sue. So it sucks that Diana's out for the next 4 weeks. One of the things that I'm absolutely hell-bent on doing this year is getting to see her, because I don't believe that she's going to play next year.
Mm-hmm.
I need to see her play in person one more time. I've never enjoyed seeing a basketball player more in person than I've enjoyed Diana Taurasi. And that includes Maya, who was every bit the assassin that Diana was. But I've always had this. I love me some Diana Taurasi.
Yeah.
But
she is bad.
It's time, though. She knows it's time. Sue knows it's time. It's time.
How old is she now?
Sue's 40, so I got to imagine. Yeah, I got to imagine she's probably like 39, 38.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, that's asking a lot to continue to play on that level.
Well, they're also, when they get to the Olympics, they're not going to have to do much.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So the idea is get to the Olympics and let the young guns carry you to the gold medal potentially.
Do you
hopefully
know if they have a formidable opponent?
I don't think so. It's usually Australia, but I don't think that's the case anymore. There shouldn't be women's national basketball should be at the level of like 92 Dream Team.
Mm.
There just aren't players like good enough out there. I think Liz plays for the Australian team.
Mm-hmm.
I think, I'm assuming she is, but nah. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
You know, they got 3-on-3 in the
yeah.
Olympics this year.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw something about qualifying or something like that.
They got to qualify this week. Yeah, they were in France last week, and I can't keep track. I don't remember where they're at this week, but they have to win. They have to win this tournament, and then they'll qualify for the Olympics.
Got to be honest with you, Damien. Not sure that should have been an Olympic sport.
3-on-3?
Yeah,
why not?
Olympic sport.
It's different, yeah, too, and it's different. It's a lot different than 5-on-5.
Yeah, absolutely.
The coach can't coach. She doesn't stand on the sideline and coach. She has to sit in the stands. And I think she can. You could talk to them before the game.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, you could prepare them for the game, but there's not a lot that once the game starts, there's not a lot the coach can do.
They treat it like tennis.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. She just sits in the stands and festers until the game is over, and let them lose. Oh my God. I may have had to make a FaceTime call the other day with a coach that lost the 3-on-3 game. Picked up, I was like, oh God, because I was about to deliver like some serious news, and I saw the look. I was like, oh, and I'm running through my head. I was like, oh my God, they played. And I'm running through my head, they must have lost. Like, I've seen that look before. Like, they've absolutely lost. Great.
Well, I need to get in it then, because I can still do 3-on-3.
It's fun.
Full court.
It's not full court.
No, I'm trying to think about me personally.
Oh yeah, no, your full court days are over. Bro, your full court.
What am I trying to prove out there?
No, your full court days are over. Anytime, dude, you host a radio show and you're Theragunning it during commercial breaks. Like, you're not. You got a hypervolt to the hammy during the commercial breaks. Like,
I could be like KG though. Remember, KG said it took him 2 hours.
2 hours to get ready. Yeah, that could be you. You got 2 hours to spare to get ready for a full court game. I'm guessing that you don't. I'm guessing that you got to move gingerly out there when you're working with the kids.
Yeah, no, I don't go out of third gear. I don't go
so,
past third gear.
And now you're wishing more basketball. I guess it's more. Explain this to me, please. Tell me about in the words of bad reporters everywhere. Talk about this 3-on-3 thing, or talk about this mid-season tournament.
Well,
what is this?
Let's go straight to what Woj had to say. According to Woj, it says Commissioner Adam Silver, a proponent of the idea, has gained optimism that the success of the play-in tournament could drive momentum to re-engage teams on another tournament idea that had been discussed before the pandemic but never reached a vote of the Board of Governors. The NBA would need an agreement with the NBA Players Association and a 2/3 majority of its 30 teams to incorporate an in-season tournament plan. The league could start exploring the idea again with teams in the NBPA as soon as this year. Sources say it's too late for the league to consider it for next season. It would have to be 2022, 2023.
So the idea is like a mid-season, like European soccer type thing, but it's not extra games.
No,
it's like part of the schedule.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I've seen different things. I know before they were floating out the idea of
an 8-team single elimination tournament, and it would be incentivized by $1 million per player payout to the winning team.
Mm-hmm. And that would,
so James Harden, who makes $48 million, is really going to be incentivized by a $1 million pay-in.
No, he would.
Or payoff.
Hope would be that he does it for the 13th man on the bench, like
for Metu.
Like, yeah,
he does it for Metu.
Literally just about to say Metu. Literally about to say it. But De'Aaron Fox is
Report to Placer County, baby. Let's go.
De'Aaron Fox is like, I'm good with my $30 million a year, but that boy Louis the King, $1 million will mean a lot to him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of like what LeBron James, people say like he did with starting the season up, or what was it exactly, where LeBron could have easily been like, nah, I'm cool with that, but he understood the greater good of everybody.
You're talking about starting the season December 23rd?
Yeah, I think he could have made a big fuss about it or whatever, but he understood, what it meant for everybody.
It was a lot of money for Metu,
right,
for Louis the King, it was a lot of money for the league in general, like the ramifications from starting in December before Christmas to, I think there was a proposal. MLK Day was the other day. Mm-hmm. It was, and that's not even a full month.
Right.
It was massive,
like nine figures or something, right?
Yeah, it was
big time.
Oh, let's go ahead and start December 23rd.
Yeah. So
once the report came out that Adam Silver had proposed the figures to the Players Association, it wasn't long before it was like December 23rd.
Let's go.
Going down or whatever. I don't remember if it was the 23rd, whatever day it was. Yeah, let's go. Let's get out there. Yeah, it sounds right.
But so with this midseason tournament, I mean, I'm all for it, and one of the reasons why they would do that is because there's the viewership is down, and somebody like myself who loves basketball, I love NBA basketball. I will watch it from opening night until the final night of the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting harder for me to defend how much the regular season matters, right? Some of that has to do with how long it is. Another part of that is the best players don't always play, all these load managements and all this other stuff. And you have to give the viewers and the casuals, like I said, I talk about this. Let's start the shot clock right now. Okay. I talk about this in boxing. You get the people who love boxing. They're going to watch regardless. What you need to make a big event, to make your big money, to make a mark, is the people like Damian Barling who don't watch boxing, but they're like, this is a huge event. I'm going to watch this. And that's where the NBA's at. The NBA has me to a certain degree. They have you, but there's people who are on the fringe. You're like, wake me in May. And they need to get to those guys and figure out how they can reach them from November.
Now I would get why a play-in tournament would do that because of the implications. Like there are legitimate championship implications. But how are you going to convince me that the payoff is more money for these guys in the middle of February? How are you going to convince me that that's going to get more viewers? I don't know what I was watching the other day, but it was some league where someone hit a shot and like fire shot out of the basket. Do that. Make the game look like NBA Jam. Do that, and you might be able to pull in the guy who's the guys and girls who are like, "Oh, wake me in
maybe
May."
That's what you do. And it's a situation where I know we kind of joke about me always wanting something in Vegas or New York, but you put that somewhere like that and you make it a bit of a destination. It's not going to be, maybe it won't be that the first year, but as time goes along and people get more used to, or it travels, it goes to different cities, and midseason tournament is here this year. California Classic, right? If they have the midseason tournament in Sacramento, like, I know we're talking viewership, but there will be huge buzz, to have that tournament there. And it's just another opportunity to get people involved in the regular season, because I mean, it's talked about all the time. Like I said, it's tough to defend when star players aren't playing, not only in just regular season games, but they're not playing in your TNT games. They're not playing in your NBA Saturday night games. They're like, oh my gosh, the stars aren't there.
And you think this will change that?
I think it's a good attempt, and I think it's a good attempt to just kind of, we live in a different time. You know what I'm saying? In the day of, we're just going to be locked in for 82 games. That ain't the case no more. You know what I'm saying? You need something to catch other people's attention. And will it work? I don't know. But I think you have to be open to trying things like this. Like baseball, for instance, you're like 162. Who cares? And I'm not saying you would care if they did a mid-season tournament in Vegas, but it would have you more interested than whatever's going on this week, right? You'd be like, oh, well, it's the mid-season basketball or baseball tournament. At least it would get your attention. You know what I mean? I think that's where they're going with this. I think it's a good idea. I think at least to try it out on maybe a 5-year basis and see what happens. I'm all for it.
Maybe we're changing a little too much too fast. Like, we just changed the All-Star game for the allegedly the same purposes, to increase competitiveness, potentially a more exciting ending. Okay, I dig it. It's been fun. I've enjoyed it. And now we've got the play-in. Play-in ain't going nowhere. It's just not. Adam Silver seems to be behind it. No matter, I think Mike Malone joked about, somebody joked about firing the person who created it. I don't remember who it was, but it was one of the fringe coaches there. So it probably wasn't Mike Malone, but it was one of those guys. They were having fun with LeBron James line. But I think whether players or coaches like it or not, sponsors love it. It seems fans like it. Adam Silver likes it. So, you present like, here's what it means financially for the league, and you probably go along with it. Point being, it looks like the play-in tournament in some way, shape, or form is probably here to stay moving
a little bit, but it's going to be here. It's going to be here.
Maybe we just let that ride for a little while before we start trying to incorporate a play-in tournament. Here are some of the questions that the league still needs to address, according to Adrian Wojnarowski. Could franchises, especially those in big markets, be assured that there wouldn't be gate revenue losses by shortening the regular season to 78 games to accommodate the tournament? More from Woj. Some teams had been hesitant to incur short-term losses on potentially losing 2 home games, especially when those games had been worth anywhere between $2.5 million and $4 million in pre-pandemic times. So there are league financial questions that need to be answered, and then there are organization financial questions that need to be answered. I'm not what you called us the pocket watchers here on D-Lo and KC. Okay, I'll run with that. We've all heard the rumors about the Sacramento Kings, and I don't think they're rumors about how much they lost here during the pandemic. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's happened to businesses all across the country. It's happened to leagues all across the NBA.
Right.
They can't afford to lose $2.5 to $4 million over 2 home games. They can't do that.
Right.
You can't just go, we don't need that $8 million.
The money.
Hell, rumors say we're keeping Luke Walton because of 11. You can't just turn your nose up at 8.
No, the money's got to be there for the owners, for them to sign off of it.
The organization. Yep, absolutely. Yep.
But what's going to happen? Tell me if I'm wrong. Well, what's going to happen?
Wrong.
Tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Not that I am wrong. Matter of fact, don't tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Now that I think about it. What's going to happen? First of all, they've got to shorten the schedule. And I like 82. I love 82. These guys aren't playing 82 no more.
What?
Like, that's out the window. Your stars aren't playing 82. And what's going to happen is they keep taking off these games, and they keep taking off these national TV games. When it comes down to getting that new contract, the new TV contract, I'm like, well, why am I going to pay you this? You can't even get your guys to show up every night. So what? So if I'm Adam Silver and I'm preaching this to you guys, yeah, you'll keep your little funky 2.5 right now, but you're going to lose that on the back end without something changing, because when it's time for a new contract, it's not going to go up. At the best case scenario, I might say the same. It might go down.
And I'll play the role of Chris Paul here in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Commish Caraway, why don't you go ahead and produce some evidence that we're going to lose money in the next television negotiation? As a matter of fact, Commissioner Caraway, produce some evidence that shows me we've ever lost money in the next television deal. Like, television changes. Like, think about how different TV is right now. Mm-hmm. Think about how different TV is today than it was 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. You're watching on the NBA.com app. You're watching on Hulu. You're watching at your own freaking convenience. You've got Sky West games from 2 seasons ago clogging up space on your DVR that Jazz and Reese want to use, but you've got those there because that's how we watch basketball now. That's how we watch.
By the way,
but both, you probably got both of them up there.
And Big Sky,
you got them both. You got them both up there, just taking up all of the room on the DVR. But we watch in a different way than we used to.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, the best example I can give, we'll start the shot clock, is the WWE. The WWE's product is trash, like flaming hot garbage with a dead animal buried in the middle of it. That's how bad the WWE product is. Yet they just signed $1 billion deal with Fox. Mm-hmm. They signed $1 billion to stay with the USA Network and that whole crew. And then they just did a multi-billion-dollar deal with Peacock.
Mm-hmm.
The people, because if I'm Vince McMahon, just as if I'm Chris Paul in this situation, and Commissioner Caraway is arguing that the television deal is going to go down, no television deal goes down. None.
I do.
Whether LeBron plays or not. Hell, you tell the TV execs, look, man, LeBron's 38. You can't bank on LeBron ratings. You're banking on the NBA to get this right. And so far, we've gotten this right. It doesn't matter that LeBron doesn't play. It doesn't matter that Giannis doesn't play. It doesn't matter that Kawhi load manages every year or Paul George manages every year. Like, there's only a few true needle movers in the league to begin with. Mm-hmm. Not all stars are created equal. There is 0% chance, 0.1. There is 0.1% chance that the next television deal is going to drop at all.
I understand that. I do understand what you're saying, but I'll ask you this. When I go to TNT and I say, I know my numbers are down, but I need more, what do you think they're going to say? I know my numbers have been going down every year, but I need more. They're going to be like, you better figure something out. And that's where the play-in tournament, or that's where the play-in in the midseason tournament comes in. Because they're like, we'll give you more, but these little numbers, these little rinky-dink numbers that you're throwing at me right now, that's not going to get it done. I need something else. And that's where a midseason tournament comes in. And then that's when I'll come to you, Chris Paul, and I'll say, look, you're right. I was able to get more money, but I kind of got to produce this.
So what's the dollar figure? Like that's how Chris, like, so what's the dollar figure, and how can I assure that Sacramento reaps the benefit of this, and Memphis,
mm-hmm.
and in New Orleans, and some of these other
we worked that out.
Small markets. How can I make sure that this is beneficial for them? And oh, by the way, like, because hey, I'm Chris Paul. I get this. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to make sure I play in every game with my old ass. You're trying to make sure that LeBron James plays in every game. You're trying to make sure that Joel Embiid doesn't load manage at an inopportune time, or that Kyrie Irving doesn't walk off and do God knows what at a certain time. Hey, I get it. Yeah. Like, I get it, but have you thought about, with this competitive, high stakes midseason tournament, what happens if one of us goes down? Have you thought about that, Commissioner Caraway? Have you thought about what might happen?
It would be unfortunate, but it would be no different if you guys went down without a tournament.
What if it was my load manage day?
Well, look, you can't have it all. You want all the money, all the same money, with less games.
What do you mean they can't have it all? They get everything.
No, they got to play a playing tournament now.
Well,
and they're probably gonna have to do a midseason tournament. Like there's a level of give and take here.
But I think the most important thing, and you know, we could talk about midseason stuff and all this, and this is really to backtrack how you led this whole thing off. They've got, if the play-in tournament is around to stay, and all indications are that it is, you've got to shorten the schedule. You can't do 82 games and a play-in tournament.
Yeah, no, that's what it is, and that's the fine line, because I think Adam Silver understands that, number one, whether you have 82 games on the schedule or not, they ain't playing 82. So if you're trying to,
but teams are playing 82. I know what you meant by there. You're talking about Steph and LeBron and all those guys, but teams are still playing 82. That Thursday night game is still scheduled. The Wednesday games that Mark Jones, the Wednesdays and Fridays that Mark Jones, who's going to join us in 20 minutes, does on ESPN, those games are still being played. So there's another, element to this that even you and I haven't talked about yet. We think if you're going to continue with the play, and regardless of what you do with this midseason tournament, you've got to shorten the regular season. But shortening the regular season means losing television somewhere, whether it's NBC Sports California or it's TNT or ESPN.
Right.
The money ultimately with all of this stuff, it might just wind up balancing out. So what is the incentive here? Because you're taking away something to give something else. And I would listen to an argument that the play-in tournament is valuable, especially after what we saw. It would be a whole lot harder for you to sell to me if I was I'm switching from Chris Paul now to the television executive.
How don't you do that?
It's just how I roll here. It would be a lot harder for you to sell to me, hey, this mid-season tournament is meaningful.
Well, when I come with the numbers, I'll be like, these numbers tell me it's meaningful. Right? These play-in numbers, because obviously the mid-season tournament has that. But you have a tournament setting, it's meaningful. I'd probably use some of the data from the European soccer leagues. I'm like, this mid-season tournament.
Oh, that's a different animal though, bro.
Well, that's where I would go down. I got to sell it. Once the deal is signed, then you're stuck. But I got to sell it to you somehow. Yeah. But you're right. You're just kind of transferring games all around. But what you're doing, in my opinion, is you're making what some people deem completely meaningless games into, at the very least, somewhat meaningful. At least there's something on the line with the tournament. It's not the NBA championship.
And they'll still count as regular season games. It's like a tournament within the regular season. I know you brought up load management. You presented to me some like interesting feelings on load management that you got my attention with them, and I want to talk about that. And Mark Jones is going to join us. Hell, I'd be curious his thoughts on the midseason tournament and the play-in and what this all could mean for the NBA moving forward. Of course, we'll talk about the playoffs. We might even talk about the Kings as well. That's all coming up again. Mark Jones at the top of the hour here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Looks like Kyle's talking right now. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Where was Mark Jones this weekend? He was in Milwaukee. He did.
I remember he tweeted about it. Yeah.
I think he did game. Did he do game one?
Didn't he do?
Or did he do the?
I was gonna say, didn't he do Memphis?
No, because Breen did.
Where's Mark now? You said he was traveling. Is he traveling home?
Yeah, he went back to Miami.
Oh, yeah. I said home, like he's here.
See, I thought he was in Phoenix, but Breen was doing that. Van Gundy and Mark Jackson were, because Mark Jackson was like, Jordan and Kobe wouldn't have helped him up or whatever the case. So I know Jackson was there for Phoenix.
I saw a tweet. Oh,
did he do the Clippers game?
Hell, I can't remember, man.
I listened to that. No, I don't think he did the Clippers game. I don't know. We'll ask him. We'll keep it in suspense. Nobody tell me where he was at.
It's probably already.
Breen did Brooklyn. Oh man, okay, you're right. He did do Phoenix. Breen did Brooklyn. Yeah.
Shout out to the homie Bryce who is our PR staff there on social media. He tweeted something about Mark Jones joining us, and Mark retweeted it.
Hey.
We appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just
Yes.
the phone.
Yes.
I'ma leave the door open. Damon, are you familiar with Velveteen Dream and that whole situation that happened with him? I don't know exactly kind of what happened. I know he got released eventually, but
they took a really long time to release him after it became, I don't want to say it became clear, but it became strongly suspected he was talking to little boys.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So
Jesus.
that.
Oh man.
I don't know. I feel like it was like confirmed, but they I read another report after he was a dick. Like he was a horrible. He's just like a trashy person.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there are a couple of things out there where people were like, y'all might want to just
cut bait. Wow. I say
normally we don't root for that type of stuff here, but in this case,
yeah, I say this coming from a place where I didn't know anything but Velveteen Dream. So all that stuff, yeah, we ain't fooling with that. But I thought the Velveteen Dream thing was great. You know what I'm saying? Like his character and stuff like that. I thought he was doing a great job. I knew nothing other than him on the video game and on wrestling. But yeah, it's
interesting. Yeah, I see some people like I thought I remember, like I know that the WWE. Oh, look at I see your Twitch handle there. All right. And just right after I showed Bryce some love, I see that. All right, Bryce. Yeah, they must have cleared him because he was on the roster for a long time. Yeah, I might be wearing these joints daily, man. My eyes, we're 2 hours in. My eyes feel like $1 million. I don't know if these things really work, but I love them.
Reese got mine.
Kyle Shanahan speaking to the media right now. We'll have some of that for you later. Confirms Weston Richburg, center for the 49ers, is retiring.
Oh, man.
Lots of little notes coming out here about Jalen Hurd, Nick Bosa, all of that stuff. We'll have that for you. Mark Jones getting ready to join us here in about 13 minutes, top of the 2 o'clock hour. Mark Jones will be with us. Obviously, his season is far, far from over as he's broadcasting games for ESPN. This coming in from The Athletic. Some Pelicans players were not vibing with the coach.
Tough luck. He's stuck. You're stuck with him. Get it right.
Collectively, if you're in the chat, Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey app, you're in the car, keep one hand on the wheel. Actually, keep both hands on the wheel. Just wink. Raise your hand or wink if you're surprised by this. Looking around, yeah, literally nobody's hand went up. Nobody is shocked by this.
I think absolutely I got that one right. I think you were on the same side as me too. I said Sam Cassell should have got that job.
It's not. I mean, I remember I was surprised. That's all I can really leave it at. When he got the job, I think we were on the air when Stan Van Gundy got the job.
Yeah, you're like, huh?
I thought a Van Gundy might be back. Didn't think it was going to be that one.
Yeah, that's what it was. You thought Jeff was
I didn't think it was going to be that one. I thought Jeff was going to get one of the jobs out there. I think it was the Houston one. I don't remember which one it was. Maybe it was New Orleans. But yeah, definitely didn't think Stan Van Gundy was the guy. Nothing against Stan Van. I mean, at some point, hey, let's try something else here.
Something else, man.
Like Stan had a great run. Like Stan was a really good coach.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's okay. Like let's
finals, all that other stuff.
Let's try something else here, especially with this young group. And I thought Stan Van Gundy, the commentator, the the play-by-play or the analyst was pleasantly surprising.
Yeah, he was cool.
Enjoyed it.
He was cool.
But was definitely surprised. Especially, it's not like he was named head coach for, I don't know, the Grizzlies. Not a knock on the Grizzlies. Obviously, they're still very much playing. The Pelicans aren't. But the NBA has a little bit of an investment in the New Orleans Pelicans.
Yeah.
That's kind of part of the reason it was so surprising. Not that the NBA would step in and go, no, you're not hiring Stan Van Gundy. Just, I don't know. That one was shocking. And the news that Pelicans players weren't vibing with Stan Van Gundy isn't necessarily surprising.
And that leads you to speculate what players, because like I said, when you
only one matters.
Only one matters, right?
Yeah.
When you talk about players, you ain't talking about Quincy Lewis, the rookie. You talking about Brandon Ingram, Zion, Eric Bledsoe. And those are the ones that you got to have on your side if you're.
My guess is if it was Zoe. The report from The Athletic would have been Stan Van Gundy has been relieved of his duties as the head coach of the New Orleans Pelicans. If it was Zion, yeah. Sorry, I said so. If it was Zion, yeah, that's what it would have been. That would have been the report. You mentioned this a minute ago, and I want you to elaborate on this before Mark Jones joins us. We were talking about load management. We were talking about this in this play-in tournament or this mid-season. The NBA is trying to restructure everything. They basically want to reinvent the wheel here. They've added the changes to the All-Star game. Oh, this is fun. This is exciting. We like it. You like that? You're gonna love this. Well, how about this play-in tournament? Cool. All right. It was cool last year. Okay, yeah, cool. Okay. You want more? No, we're okay. Oh, no, we're going to give you more. Like, no, NBA, it's fine. No, we're going to give you more. Here's this mid-season tournament, like European soccer. Like, oh, all right, cool. But your whole thing about this, and this is what we were talking about leading to the play-in, is I was a little bit critical of, like, why are we doing this? Like I was a little bit on the side of, like, Mark Cuban and Luka Doncic, and people were like, what does this even mean for the regular season anymore? 72 games, abbreviated season. Like, okay, if we're bringing the play-in tournament back with 82 games, I got some questions. But you were right in the sense of it created competitive basketball down the stretch, whether it was guys trying to avoid, it was teams trying to avoid the play-in tournament, or, fighting for a certain seed or whatever it may have been. It definitely created a bit of a different vibe in the final weeks of the season. And I guess maybe it limited load management down the stretch. So we did see some higher seeds. I don't think Chris Paul played in the final game. But overall, I think it maybe did eliminate load management. But I know because you're getting older, you have your feelings on load management also.
I do now.
Need a sounder. Old man take alert.
I want to know. I do want to know what other people think about this, because the season right now is 82 games. And it seems like these stars in this league, they said you can have the season as long as you want. Schedule. I ain't playing 82 games. You can do whatever you want with the schedule. My season is about 70 games, maybe 75. And it's become a situation where it feels like, I don't want to say they don't need load management, but it's more of a status to be able to load management as opposed to needing load management, right? Because if you're a good enough player, you've reached the level where I can load manage. So, for instance, Tyrese Halliburton, he's not on that level yet where he needs to load manage. Like he's got to play. He's still grinding out here. But once he gets good enough or gets enough respect in this league, then he gets to the point where it's like, oh, well, I can load manage because that's what I do at this level. And it's not even about, it almost feels like it's not even about the load management anymore. It's about getting to the status where you can load manage. And you being able to load manage is a sign of your status in this league. Does that make sense?
It does.
About wearing down or preserving the body anymore. It's about your status.
I just don't agree with it.
Okay.
I don't agree with it because, I mean, the guys who load manage, you're talking about status, right? Like you're talking about like LeBron's and Harden's. And hell, you and I had a conversation like a month or two ago about Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
And is Kevin Durant's days of playing 90% of the season over with?
Right.
Like is he more like let's operate under 82 games for right now? Is he playing seasons regularly into the 60s now?
Mm-hmm.
I think you're looking at established guys. We noticed load management with Kawhi Leonard, right? We noticed load management with LeBron. Chris Paul didn't load manage.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Chris Paul's
this year.
Yeah, he's 30 something, years old. 36
from a different cloth, though, too.
Okay.
He's from a different generation.
Okay, but isn't LeBron from the same generation?
Yeah, but LeBron, I'm trying to think of what happened last year. I don't
remember. LeBron didn't take a game off this year until the day before the All-Star game.
But that's what I'm about to say. LeBron hadn't really load managed ever since the year he's decided he was going to play 82 games. Like the year before that, that's when he was doing a lot of that load management stuff. And LeBron is from my generation, Chris Paul's generation. And he's kind of cut that out a little bit. Like we all thought LeBron wasn't going to play. He was going to play like 2 games in December or January, right?
And then take a couple weeks off. Yeah.
LeBron played every game going up into that, up to that point. So it's more of the Kyries, right? KD's from a different generation. James is from a different generation.
Kyrie's just different, though.
He is.
You know what I mean?
Paul George. Now they're battling injuries, right? So there's that. Even I saw Luka played 66 games this year. I don't know if he was hurt at any time. I don't know if it was all load management or what. But I mean, is like I said, maybe it is an old man thing, but these guys played 80, 82 every year. Didn't even think twice. It wasn't even in part of the discussion. And I don't know, the league is trying to figure out how to combat that.
But can it just be an evolution in thinking? Like how many guys, with the obvious exception, I think, being Kareem, how many of these guys played 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 seasons in the league? Because with all due respect, we're not talking about Willie Cauley-Stein here.
Right.
Like we're talking about the biggest names in the league. We're talking about the best players in the league. We're talking about the LeBrons and the Chris Pauls and the Carmelos. We're talking about the all NBA players. These guys have had careers that have lasted 16, 17, 18, 19 years.
Right.
They like Magic played 10. His circumstances were a little bit different.
Right.
Bill Russell didn't play that long. Like Kareem is the only guy that I can think of that generation who played like 20 seasons.
I mean,
I don't think anybody else did that. Larry Bird didn't. Isaiah didn't. None of those guys did.
Most of these guys play. Well, they also, and maybe this is the argument for it, they broke down physically, Larry Bird and Isaiah specifically. But for the most part, these guys played 15 years.
I don't think so. Like Larry,
let's take Dream Team, the first Dream Team. All those guys played at least, I'm going to say at least 13 years, and they played like 3 years of college.
But 13 isn't 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20.
At least, though. At least 13.
Okay. I mean, I'm happy to look that up. I don't know when John Stockton was drafted, but just off the top of my head, Magic, let's just remove Magic from the equation. Like he's doesn't count. Larry retired in 93, didn't he? Didn't he retire after the
came in?
So that's 13 years.
And he was super broken down. So there's Larry, Patrick.
Hell, he was broken down in 92, perhaps 91 also.
Yeah.
I mean, he had that back injury.
Patrick Ewing went from 84 to, off the top of my head, he probably went to 97.
Man, we're going.
Barkley went from 80 something.
And look at those guys in their final years.
Yeah.
It's just an evolution. Like there's hey, old guy, old man Caraway, come here. There's nothing wrong with evolving. There's nothing wrong with things, not being the way that they used to. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's get Mark Jones' opinion on it. Mark Jones. He did as much basketball as he sees. Mark Jones, what game you got next, Mark?
I got the Knicks and Hawks.
What's the score?
Yeah, buddy. Actually, I'm doing Friday from the home studio, Sunday in Atlanta in the ATL, Chocolate City South. Yeah, ready to go.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay.
Let me ask you some more about that, because I saw some tweets and everything. I just want to get your perspective of it. A lot of people are like, they'll put 15,000 in the stands, but the announcers still have to do it remotely. Like, what's the deal with that? Is that your call? Is it the broadcast? How does that work?
ESPN as a company has certain protocols and certain decisions to make with regards to COVID. So, throughout the course of the year, I would guess that probably like 30% of my games have been from the actual arena, as opposed to doing it from each of our announcers' home studios. And, hey, listen, if I had it my way, I'd be in the arena every game, but there's every state is different, every situation, every game is unique. So they make that decision based on a game-to-game basis. And I just follow. I'm just really grateful that, as a company, ESPN, we have had our announcers in the arenas exponentially more than TNT. I don't think they've done hardly any games from in the arena, if at all. I could be wrong on a couple, but they are predominantly doing most of their games from home. We at least, 40% of the time, 30% of the time are in the building, and it feels great to be in the building too.
Mark Jones fires shot at TNT radio station.
Oh no, I didn't mean it.
It's already done, Mark. It's already done. I've already
Putting a tweet out there. Mark Jones with D'Lo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Mark, we appreciate you being with us. Want to bring you right into a conversation we were just having. That there's reports from your colleague Adrian Wojnarowski about a potential mid-season tournament coming in. Obviously, we just had a play-in tournament that led to some really exciting basketball. And me and my partner, KC, here, we're kind of hypothesizing that maybe this has a lot to do with load management and keeping competitive basketball on the air all season long for Mark Jones to call. Do you see the correlation there here? Is the NBA trying to find a way to combat load management?
You know what? I like the idea. I think that when the league, with its progressive thinking all around, goes outside of its box, it hits pay dirt. I think we saw that with the play-in tournament, which was a huge success in both conferences. That worked out great in terms of the competition and the television ratings. I think a mid-season tournament has great possibility and potential to do the same. I love the idea. I mean, when you get, some of the top teams together and have a tournament and you incentivize it with dollars, then I think you get great theater. And when it's some of the best teams, I think you get great drama too. So I'm willing to take a shot. And I think the NBA has always been great about doing something different and stepping outside its comfort zone and taking a shot, because sports, guys, right now is going through an evolution. We've been through the pandemic and we're coming out of the other side on this, and nothing ever stays the same. And I think if you keep evolving, or at least trying to evolve, you're going to be in a good position always.
I mean, I like it. I like the play-in tournament. There's a couple of tweaks that they need to do with that play-in tournament, but the idea in general, I like it. I like the idea of the mid-season tournament. There's a lot they have to figure out there, but I like the concept and the foundation of that idea. I want to talk to you about the actual playoffs now. And you were in Phoenix on Sunday, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
The Lakers game, man, with all that drama and throw hands at each other and injections. Yeah.
And you know, Mark, I mean, tortured Kings fan here. I couldn't watch that and listen to you and see the scene in Phoenix Suns Arena without thinking about, man, that first playoff game in Golden One Center. Did you get that sense now that you've been here for a year and you saw how Phoenix was so amped up for that playoff game? Did you get that sense, that same type of, man, I wish we could get this to Sacramento one time?
I did, because, it's funny, like, Jeff and Mark both asked me how it was this year with Sacramento calling the games, and I told Van Gundy and Mark Jackson both I loved it, and just waiting for them to make that breakthrough. And as I was answering them, we were just coming off of a Phoenix Zoom call with Monty Williams, and I said to them, I said, hey, listen, and I've said this to some of our Sacramento Kings Nation up there at the corner of 19th and L Street. I'm like, it happens fast, man. Like, look at Phoenix 2 years ago. They won 19 games, okay? 19 games. And now they're the number 2 seed, and they're up 1-0 on the Lakers in the first round of the playoffs. I can't wait until it happens in Sacramento. I think there's been, and they're in the process of a cultural transformation with Monty McNair, the new general manager. And I think Luke Walton, when you saw them play hard at the end of the season, that tells me that there's great buy-in. I think that they're in the midst of a transformation right now, and I think things are looking up for the squad.
I don't know how to ask this question. Like, I'm not trying to trap you with this, but it's something that we've talked about. Yeah, like, isn't it a problem? Isn't it a problem that we knew how hard they were playing at the end of the season, where there might have been times during the year we felt the opposite? See, I told you it was tough.
That's a hard one, yeah, man. I think about certain games. I think about when Detroit came in and beat us, and I think about when, that Friday night game against the Spurs, had we won that one, we would have gotten the lead down to 1 game for the race for 10th and play-in game. There were opportunities there, and the 2 9-game winning streaks. Even if you go 3-6 or 4-5 during one of those streaks, you're in a better position. You know what? I think that maybe it wasn't effort all the time, guys. It might have been at some of the time, but with some of the fluid situation with injuries and the trades with the primary 3 guys coming in at the trade deadline deal, making a requisite adjustment. The NBA is funny, man. Sometimes it just gets away from you, and there's not any kind of logic to it. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Well, absolutely.
I'm trying, bro. I'm trying.
No, it's tough. Like, I mean, that's the way Kings fans felt at the end of the year. Like, man, look at this. And you got to credit the guys who came in after the trade deadline, because they were such a big part of it. DeLon Wright, Terrence Davis, those guys, they were such a huge part of it. Metu was playing well, Mo Harkless. It's like, man, maybe this, and maybe that really is what it's all about. This would have been a completely different team had those guys been playing from game number 1 versus getting picked up after the trade deadline.
Yeah, and you know what? It's funny because, like, I talk to Doug about this sometimes too, Doug Christie, my broadcast partner. I say, Sacramento is in a position where you got to hit on a couple of guys. Like, I use, like, the Miami Heat and hitting on Kendrick Nunn or hitting on Duncan Robinson, a guy out of the G League who now is one of the top snipers in the NBA, right?
Yeah.
I think the Kings hit on a guy like Terrence Davis. I think he's a guy that can be somebody who is a major player moving forward, or a guy like Metu who showed that he can play. When sometimes the best things are right in front of you guys, you know what I mean? Sometimes the guy that you are looking for is on your bench. He just needs a little bit more Rico Hines, one of the player development assistant coaches, to work with him and keep him getting better. Sometimes the improvement comes from within. It's not an external thing. Hey, listen, I don't know that there's some 19, 20-year-old, 21-year-old dude in the draft right now that's going to come out and transform the Kings into a championship team in 2 years. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if it's that kind of draft. Sometimes it's what you already have and working with that and making it better.
Yeah, I agree 100%, Mark. I look at this team. I don't think they're that far away, but there are certain tweaks, and I think the big word that's been used around here a lot is a little continuity. Having that continuity of going with another season with Luke Walton and his staff, and having the players there. I don't think they're that far away. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm expecting the playoffs next year. I know that much. I'm expecting it.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you that Sacramento lands at least in the play-in tournament next year, probably higher. I mean, listen, how many games did De'Aaron Fox miss at the end of the season and Tyrese Halliburton? If we have those guys, maybe we're at least in that 9-10 game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not talked about as much right now, Mark, because it's just not how it works. It pops up at horrible times, but we appreciate all of the work that you have done in the social justice realm and in the George Floyd bill that's out there right now. You've done tremendous work from day one, and I think that's one of the, as tremendous of a play-by-play man as you are, I think that's one of the greatest things that you've brought to this city, man. So we appreciate that. I don't know that we've told you that before, but I want to make sure we shared it, and especially today.
That warms my heart. Yeah. That warms my heart, guys. I'm watching some of the tributes to George Floyd, and the NBA is a league that I love, and it's 79% Black / African American, and I think what people tend to miss in the realm of journalism is that if you don't like those guys or empathize with those guys on a human level, then you can't broadcast about them. You got to be able to tell their stories, where they're from, what's in their heart, and what they're feeling, and some of the hurt that these guys felt. I've been marching with NBA players since George Floyd was killed by Minneapolis police this past summer, and if you can't bring yourself to speak about that, then journalistically you're committing malpractice. And that's why I speak on it when the opportunity presents itself. I think it's something that still requires energy to speak about. I think a lot of people think that we've just kind of moved on, but there are still people of color and other people, but especially people of color, who disproportionately are killed 3 times more by the use of force by law enforcement, that have to be spoken up for, and that's part of the sports context.
Yeah,
we're looking forward to Atlanta, New York. Go ahead, Casey.
No, I was just going to say, on a far, what you're doing, to echo what Damian said, is absolutely amazing and appreciated. And I just want to let you know, on a far less important note, you around the league, when you listen to games, you got Mike Breen's bang, you got Mario Albert's yes, and it counts. And now in my mental Rolodex, every time I see somebody going off, it is a Mark Jones in his bag right now. That's what I think about right now.
There it is.
The prize at the bottom. I'm telling you, man, that's what's in my head every time I see somebody going off, man. So you're killing it out here, man. You're absolutely killing it.
I appreciate it. You know what this is, guys? That relates back to what I was just telling you a minute ago. When I live in the gym. I'm like every other day. I'm right now. I'm in Miami. I'm heading back to Sacramento in a couple of days, but I'm in the gym listening and watching to NBA players scrimmage, play 5-on-5, talk stuff and swallow stuff, and it's fun, and that's where it comes from. It's an organic experience with me, so I just love it.
And it's the best time of the year. Hawks and Knicks. We'll be looking forward to that this weekend. Mark, we appreciate you so much, man. Thanks for joining us.
You got it. Hey, talk to you guys soon. I appreciate you guys. You guys do fantastic work, man. Keep it up.
Thank you. That's our man, Mark Jones, right there, the play-by-play guy for your Sacramento Kings. And, of course, still doing his work over there at ESPN. He'll be on the call for the Hawks and the Knicks coming up here this weekend. Unfortunately, he's in Atlanta. I know you got excited, Paul. You was about to ask him, weren't you? You going to be at the Garden? Mark, tell my partner Tell my partner, how different is it at Madison Square Garden? Boy, if y'all weren't watching the stream, Kenny's eyes got big. He was ready to unload, and then he realized
the Garden, let's go. And then he
realized
Friday.
He opened the Christmas present, and it was a 3-pack of underwear. He's like, oh man, shoot. And good job. I mean, Mark was selling it, Chocolate City South, the whole deal. But no, Kenny was about to unleash a tirade that would still be going on about Madison Square Garden.
You could hear the disappointment in his voice that he wasn't going to the Garden.
I didn't want to say that with him on the air, but you could definitely hear I mean, hey, let's not pretend though. I mean, let's not pretend like folks don't like going to Atlanta.
I ain't got no problem with
Atlanta. Let's pretend like, I mean, it's not New York, but let's not pretend like someone's going, oh man, I got to go to Atlanta. Ain't nobody doing that.
Not at all.
Ain't nobody doing that. Boy, James Ham's going to join us, by the way, tomorrow at 3:20. Start thinking of, conversations. Do some Mo last week, Marshall Harris. I guess we just go ahead and add Mark Jones to the latest list of people who don't think the Sacramento Kings are that far away.
No.
I don't know.
All the people that know what they're talking about.
Man.
Deuce and Mo, Marshall, Mark Jones, myself, everybody that knows what they're talking about. Sitting out George Karl, not that far away.
George Karl did say that. George Karl joined us yesterday. If you missed that conversation, I was telling the chat, and I don't know why I feel guilty about saying this. I enjoyed that conversation with George Karl a lot more than
why do you feel guilty?
I don't know. Like I George Karl, I've shared my feelings with him personally before. I think Kings fans have a certain certain feelings about him as well. The famous snake in the grass tweet.
Oh man, I remember that night vividly.
That's legendary. You talk about legendary nights in Sacramento Kings history. Like the snake in the grass tweet goes up there. Mm-hmm. And I knew like this is gonna get a unique reaction. This is not gonna get the warm and fuzzy Rick Adelman reaction. It's gonna get kind of a different one. Mm-hmm. And we knew it's like, okay, we're not gonna spend, when we talked about it that morning, we're not gonna spend 10 minutes talking about stuff that happened 7 years ago. We'll mention his tweet, which I thought was important, but we could talk basketball with him, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. And when we did ask him about the Kings and the organization and that tweet that he put out the day the Kings were officially eliminated from postseason contention, I thought he gave a very thorough and well thought out answer. That's why I put it on social media. It's at ESPN 1320. If you for whatever reason don't want to listen to the entire 15-minute interview, you're doing yourself a disservice. But if you just want to hear that part, it's worth hearing because again, no one's going to walk away from it going, "Oh man, George Karl's stupid." You're walking away from it going, "Yeah, he's right."
And one thing that I've learned about George Karl is that when you get little sound bites, you'll be like, "Oh, that guy's a jerk." Or he'll say something, trying to be, witty or something like that. And James Ham, like uncalled for. It was unnecessary.
Yeah.
Little stuff like that. But when you get him in a interview setting or on his podcast in a long form setting where he's sitting there and he's explaining his thoughts and why he sees something a certain way.
Yeah.
Very rarely have I come away saying, man, he's wrong there. Like he's usually right, or at the very least it makes sense what he's saying. And I don't know him like that, so I don't know if that's the misunderstanding of George Karl. But like I said, when it's something real quick, like real witty, it seems like he comes off like a complete jerk. You know what I mean? But if you're sitting down and having a conversation with him, man, he says a lot of good stuff. Or a lot of truthful stuff.
And that's why a lot of people, when we joked about him being a part of the media now, that's why he said, I refuse my membership. Like, because that's what a lot of people do is, we just did the bit with Mark Jones right there.
Yeah.
Mark Jones takes shot at TNT. No, there's someone who would very much take what he said out of context and tweet Mark Jones firing shots at TNT, ESPN's Mark Jones firing. Clicks. Someone's going to write an article about it. You got to click on it. You got to go to my blog to see this. You got to listen to my podcast to see this or hear this. And it's like, I get like the distrust there. But in that long form setting that we had with him, I enjoyed it. It was fun. We've had a string of just great conversations over the course of the last few weeks, even outside, the regulars of Deuce and Mo and Marshall and James Ham, but obviously Rick Adam and Yolanda Griffith and yesterday George Carl and today Mark Jones.
Yeah, man.
And we're not done, by the way. We're
not done.
working on some other things for this week.
And I'm not, always just trying to, big up our show. Well, okay, maybe I am, but I mean that's what this is about, man. And that's why I like being with someone like yourself and the people that we can get on here. Jesse working hard, Danny working hard, getting certain people on here because this show is about conversation. We'll talk. We may disagree. We disagreed 5 minutes into the show. But
this is about 5 seconds, but yeah,
we talking about it, and that's what I like about doing this, and that's what I like about this show. We're gonna have a conversation.
Conversations are fun, man, and that's always what it boils down to, and that's what we believe. We know there are things that everybody wants to talk about, from the Sacramento Kings to the San Francisco 49ers and things like that. But we've always believed, like, if we bring up boxing or wrestling. You talk about
starting next week.
Rumors have it. A new segment is on the way. That's not true. That is absolutely not happening. That is absolutely not happening. And if In This Corner ever debuts, it means Danny in San Francisco was fired, and that would just be horrible for all of us. We do not need that whatsoever. 3 games tonight. One of them, Mark Jones spoke about just a moment ago. And if you missed our conversation with Mark Jones, no problem. If you're on the Odyssey app, just use the rewind feature. It's just like your DVR. Scroll back to the top of the 2 o'clock hour. You can hear the conversation in its entirety, and you won't miss a single second of the show as it just catches up, just like a DVR would. Or you could subscribe to the D'Lo and Casey podcast. That interview will be posted before the show is over, and you can check that out on the Odyssey app or on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, wherever you get your podcasts from. Tonight, we got the Boston Celtics and the Brooklyn Nets, game 2 of that series over on NBA TV. You'll have the Dallas Mavericks at the Los Angeles Clippers. And the one that Mark Jones brought up there just a moment ago, of course, he was on the call for game 1. It is the Lakers and the Phoenix Suns. I thank you, Ricky Rose. I feel differently about this game than a lot of other people do. Phoenix is obviously the higher seed.
Yeah,
it's not a big stunner that they won game 1. It got people's attention, like, oh yeah, this is it. This Phoenix Suns team is real. I buy into the LeBron hype.
Okay,
I feel things out during game 1. The team feel. Anthony Davis plays like that again in game 2. Monty McNair, call Palenka. Get him on the line. McNair to Palenka, because you're Anthony Davis. You can't falter like that in the playoffs. And I don't think that's going to happen. I think Anthony Davis is going to have a monster night tonight, similar to what Giannis did last night.
I know we started this show with me asking if AD was afraid of dim lights.
Despite the fact he won a championship last year. But that's okay. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, then he got out there and won a championship. Regardless of how fake that bubble was, he got out there and won a championship. Can't take that away from him. And after that, I said, you know what? I'm going to get off AD's back a little bit. I'm going to get off AD's back, man, because he balled out in those finals and in those playoffs. I'm going to stay off his back. I'm not going to get on him. I'm not going to do it. But I said it in the playing game. I said, when did Anthony Davis turn into Duncan Robinson out here floating around the perimeter? Now he has the ability to get out there on the perimeter, but that's not where I want you to live.
Yeah,
I want you on the block. I want you, getting dump downs and things of that nature in the short corner and attacking all that other stuff. But the problem is, I don't know if he's able to do that, or at least they haven't figured it out with Andre Drummond out there. And what Monty Williams has done, and I'm gonna give him credit right here, is because he thought that, or Frank Vogel thought that having Andre Drummond out there and having AD out there, Monty Williams is just gonna put DeAndre Ayton on Drummond, and AD can eat on Jay Crowder or Michael Bridges or something like that. And Monty Williams didn't fall for it. Monty Williams said, no, we'll give you whatever you want with Drummond. We're gonna keep Ayton on AD. And AD struggled in that first game with Ayton on him, that length, the ability to contest shots and things of that nature. He wasn't able to have that type of mismatch. And I want to see the adjustment that Frank Vogel and Anthony Davis are able to make to that, because I noticed that early. And I was like, I'm not going to say he's click-clack, but Ayton is there. He's there with every shot and every move that AD makes right now. So
it's not an accident that article from The Athletic came out the day after that game, where he's talking about, I want to be the best two-way center in the league. Not an accident. Well timed by the good people at The Athletic. Let's get this story out there. Remember Ramona Shelburne, the article she had on De'Aaron Fox? That was written months ago. And then the Kings lost 9 games in a row. Like, maybe let's hold off on this. And I think she mentioned Tiger was in a car accident. That's right. It was that time frame. Let's hold off on all of this.
Yeah.
And they sat on that and posted it at the perfect time. And you asked about adjustments. Here's the adjustment. Frank Vogel, number 1, sit Andre Drummond's ass down. Adjustment number 1. I don't think we're going to have to make another major adjustment in game 2. Go play.
But this is the problem that I have with the Lakers. I mean, he probably need to sit Schroeder down too. But where you going to go?
Hey, you can't do that, though. You can sit Drummond down. You just have to acknowledge, all right, everybody talked about this all year. It ain't going to work. We're going to have to sit Andre Drummond down. You can maybe utilize him later. If you make later, you can utilize him later. You can't sit Dennis Schroeder down.
Now, here's the problem also. I'm trying to figure this out on the fly. Vogel, James, AD, they'll all figure it out. But sitting Drummond isn't going to change what the issue is. The issue is Ayton on AD. And once again, I'm not saying Ayton can stop
That's
AD.
AD fixing it. Like, AD has to fix that. He can't get punked by DeAndre Ayton. DeAndre Ayton's a hell of a ball player. You're Anthony freaking Davis. You're allegedly a top 10 player in the league. You can't get punked by Andre Drummond. And if you can, we need to start having a conversation about who the best center in the league is.
But see, then now you're playing 4-on-5 on offense because you'll bring in Harrell or something, or maybe you'll go Kuzma. But then that matches up perfectly for what Phoenix is trying to do. Oh, you got Kuzma in there? Cool. Michael Bridges, Jay Crowder. You guys, there is no mismatch issue now. We're all matched up. I don't like the others of the Lakers. I don't like this matchup for the Lakers.
Well, and that's what this all boiled down to, that had been said from the start, is that this is going to be a difficult setting for them against this version of the Phoenix Suns. And then you got the guy who brings it all together in Chris Paul.
Yes.
It's putting a lot on LeBron's shoulders, and the fact that he's only got one good one left. It's a
one good shoulder, one good eye.
It's a heavy throne. It's a heavy throne for the king to wear. We'll step out. We'll come back. We've got some football notes to talk about. Kyle Shanahan was speaking today. A couple of quick hits, some trade scenarios for Julio Jones. And are we witnessing the player empowerment era in the NFL? We'll explain. It's D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's ESPN 1320. Nope. Yeah, I guess. Right out there.
Oh, Damian B's, he's nice today.
It's tough. Do you need a minute?
Yeah, let me slide.
Okay. I don't know about these. Oh, yeah, okay. Nice. Good pull. I figured, yeah. I saw I saw a Biederman tweet about I don't know why we so thanks, Bryce. No, and we can't. We have to cover one more base. It's not the obvious, though. I'll just get that out of the way. It's not the obvious. yet. It's not the obvious yet. In terms of who's going to be here Friday. But I promise it's people that you know. And I think it's people that you like. It's just not the obvious people who it should be yet. Again, we'll get there. Keep talking it into existence. Yes, very much so. And I love them. And I don't think I'm ever going to do another show without them. I thought the reflection was too rough, but dude, my eyes aren't like, normally my eyes are just in bad shape right now, but nah, I think I might wear these forever.
Okay. Are we? Okay. Yeah, man. Dame just gone out of nowhere, man. Let me get this off my face. There we go. Just me, everybody. Okay. It was crazy because didn't they have some crazy little outage in Roseville or something yesterday? Look who's here. Look who's here. That is funny. Will we be out again at 47, huh? 43. And then am I reading after 43? Yeah, we'll go with Mitch. Okay. It's your boy, Kenny Caraway, and Damien. His internet is down. We're getting that taken care of, some technical difficulties, but I'm here solo, and that means in this corner with KC, the debuts right now. Let's talk about, no, I'm not going to do that. Daniel just pulled a plug on me so quick. We ain't going to do that. But what we are going to do right now, though, is we're going to get to the phone lines. We got my main man, Mitch, in New Jersey, wants to talk about the Kings and 82 game season. Mitch, what's going on, man?
What's happening? Thanks for taking the call. I heard your remark with Dodgers not being for real.
Yeah, it wasn't.
95 mile, still 95 mile fastball. Epidemic, no epidemic.
You're right about that. You're right about that. No, you're right about that. The fastballs came the same way. I understand. You're right.
It's the hardest thing in sports. They might have little ethics, but they're having. I don't want to hear about the golfers, okay? or the race drivers, even boxing. It's kind of brutal.
Yeah.
They told back they're not caring, concerned about concussions for athletes. Boxing, your money is first and foremost. We have to go back to 82 games. I don't like these playing games. I would love to expand. Seattle definitely needs a city, a basketball team.
Mm-hmm.
Even San Diego, let's give it a shot. It's 3 times a charm.
Oh, well,
Vegas. Don't forget Vegas.
All right, well, you got it about 3-4 teams here, Mitch.
Well, there's more teams, more games, more money for everybody.
I hear you. I appreciate you, Mitch. Thanks, man. So Mitch says, get a team in Seattle, get a team in Las Vegas, get a team in San Diego. San Diego, I love San Diego. I really do. They don't need no basketball team. I'll tell you that right now. y'all know how I feel about Vegas. Vegas definitely needs a basketball team. They need to make that happen. And we're going to talk about Vegas in just a little bit because Dave Capel, I mean, this guy's turning into public enemy number one out here. But he said something about Seattle needing a team. And while I have the platform, while I have the time, let me address this because I said for years, let Seattle rot. All right. I didn't like the way things went down with the whole relocation saga with the Sacramento Kings. I would tap into the streets in Seattle. I would tap into them people up there. And I didn't like their vibe. I didn't like the way they were talking about the city of Sacramento, my city. I didn't like the way they were talking about relocating the Kings. All right. So when it came down the way we all knew it was going to come down here in Sacramento, that they were staying, I was like, you know what, Seattle, this isn't kumbaya. Y'all need to rot for a little bit. Y'all don't need no team. Y'all chill. Save our Sonics, bring back our no, kick rocks. All right. I will say this. I finally feel like I've softened on that stance a little bit. I feel like I'm okay and I'm willing to let Seattle have basketball back. I am. It took a while. It took what has this whole saga been? About 6-7 years? It took a while, but I'm ready for Seattle to have a team. Now, part of that is a Seattle Sonics. I guess they'd bring back the Sonics or whatever the case may be. But a Sonics Kings rivalry, there'd be real heat. There will be real heat between that rivalry. I don't know how Seattle would feel about us or whatever, but I know we wouldn't like them. We wouldn't like them Sonics from day one, and we wouldn't need no playoff series to get that popping off. We wouldn't win. That would be some real heat. So I'm ready for that. Bring Seattle back. Get them back, because by the time they get back in there, the Kings will be good, and we can smack them boys around year after year, time after time when we play them. All right? So, Mitch, I will agree with you on that one. It's time. San Diego, no. Vegas, yes. Seattle, yes. Bring these teams into the NBA. Let's go back to the phone lines here, 916-349-1320. You can talk to me right now. D-Lo will be back very soon, but you can talk to me right now. We got my main man, Manny, on the line, the Serial Connection. What's going on, big dog?
What's up, Tracy? I'm pulling the heel move. I told you could go solo, KC. I told you, he's been holding you back.
I'm gonna play this back for David. I'm gonna play it back for him.
I actually have a friend of mine. I can never say the name because he works for the NBA.
Okay.
He kind of gives me some stuff here and there. You know, he'd be like, "Hey, just don't never say my name." And
Adam Silver. Okay, you know Adam Silver.
I wish I was that high up. So they wanted Sack so bad out of the picture. I mean, they were pushing so hard. To this day, they still don't like Sack having a team. For whatever reason it is, the NBA has a vendetta with Sack. But he told me that the two cities that he was kind of like heard through the grapevine is the two biggest pushes they have are Seattle and Vegas. That's their two main. Like if something else happens, it happens because those two didn't work out.
Yeah.
But that's their focus right now is definitely Vegas and definitely Seattle. And they're kind of watching the Raiders a little bit to see how that all kind of plays itself out. But they're pushing really hard for those two cities.
And that makes sense. I'm with Vegas, and like I said, after years, I'm finally with you. And we appreciate you, Manny, for pulling up on us. I'm with Seattle finally having a team. It took me a while to get there, but I'm finally with Seattle having a team. Now, next week, I'll tell you guys after our discussion why I think Jamel and Jamal Charlo should be in the pound for pound top 10. But here's Damian. He's back. He's back on the show here.
Fill me in.
Corner will be
no surprise. Like I just shut down my entire internet setup just to grab some green juice. That's all it was. I had kind of hit the wits moment. I just need a break. I'm gonna shut everything off.
Shutting down the studio.
Not a shocker. I walked back into a conversation. I knew it when I came back on. It was either going to have to do with Vegas or or New York. So fill me in on here. Are we talking about? Are we talking about Dave Cavell? Is that what we're talking about?
We're going to get there.
Okay.
I didn't want to have that conversation without you because I wanted to know your thoughts on that one. But Mitch called and he talked
trash. Those would be my thoughts.
There you go.
Just trash.
I want to talk more about how trash that was and how trash he's looking right now. But Mitch had talked about the 82 game season, and he's like, I think a couple of people need teams. I think he said Seattle needs a team. Mm-hmm. He said Vegas needs a team. And he said San Diego needs a team. And I said, well, no, San Diego does not need a basketball team. We're not going to go there. But I said, you guys know how I feel about Las Vegas. Las Vegas definitely deserves a team. And I said, it took me a while. You know how I hold my grudges and you know, they can stay for a long time. And when after the whole relocation saga, I said, to hell with Seattle, let them rot. Mm-hmm. They don't need no NBA basketball. I seen Save Our Sonics. They didn't do what they were supposed to do to keep their team. That's their fault. All right, let them rot. And I felt that way for a long time. And I said, you know what, Damian? I think I'm over it. I think I'm open to Seattle having NBA basketball back. And one of my premises
was 8 years later, you're finally over it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And one of my premises was, number one, there will be real heat between Seattle and Sacramento off the rip. Like there would be no waiting. It would be one of the top 5 rivalries in the league, at least between the cities, you know, off the rip. There would be real heat there. And by the time Seattle gets a team, the Kings will probably be good by then. I'm speaking that into existence. And we can just smack that little expansion team around every chance we get for the next decade.
Okay.
So that's how we got to Seattle and Vegas.
Okay.
That was after we talked about the Charlo brothers. And
right.
I got the pound for pound rankings.
Danny in San Francisco, just go ahead and call Kenny directly. You know, you laid out all of your feelings. What was the thing called? Save Our Sonics?
Yeah.
You laid out all your feelings about Seattle. I mean, are they that different than Oakland? The city of Oakland.
Oh.
Like once it's like, oh man, this stinks. Like once, like, oh, this is a bad look. Mm-hmm. Then it happens a second time. Now a third time where a professional sports team is just going to up and leave Oakland. Hey, the thing in the tweet, the Cavell tweet, that was trash.
Garbage.
And he's sabotaging like the city, like that was trash. And that's how that dude is. I don't know. I don't want to cross any line here, but that dude has conducted himself in a piss poor way for a very, very long time.
I've heard some things.
His behavior yesterday wasn't new. But it's also but I'm also not going to ignore the fact that Oakland has not stepped up. They didn't step up for the Raiders. They're not stepping up for the A's. And I don't know what the proposals are for the Oakland A's. It feels like there was a promise after the Raiders left to get the Oakland A's set. Where are we with that? What's happened?
I'm not sure what's going on with the city council and things of that nature. I do know that they are hell-bent on getting this downtown ballpark at the Howard Terminal down there in downtown Oakland. There's a lot of things that need to be taken care of with that. An easier move it seems like the easier move, if they really, you know, like say Howard Terminal doesn't work and they got to go to plan B. Plan B shouldn't be, let's leave Oakland. The plan B should be like, all right, let's redesign here on the Oakland Coliseum grounds. And that seems to be something that is not an option for these days.
We'll talk a little bit more about that. I want to get into the 49ers as well. Kyle Shanahan spoke today. There were practices. There were quarterbacks out there. We'll talk about that. And the A's may want out of Oakland. Aaron Rodgers definitely wants out of Green Bay. You'll hear what he told Kenny Mayne last night with D'Lo and Casey. Continue, hopefully, here on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, okay. It's all good. It's all good. Cole, what you talking about? I got the Saber Sonics thing.
Yeah, I don't think he does.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that documentary twice. They did not. Now you can talk about the people or whatever the case, the citizens. It was out of their
city.
Hands. The city
got it
basically
wrong.
Flipped the middle finger at David Stern after putting the money up for a Mariner Stadium and the CenturyLink place. And
Yep.
Stern was like, all right, well, we need a new stadium too. And they said, go to hell.
Mm-hmm.
And Stern was like, oh, okay.
We're not going to hell. Going to Oklahoma City.
Yeah. And the other thing about that is there was the ownership had already changed hands. Bennett was ready to leave, but there was something in place where the city could have held him to it. And it was about to happen. And for whatever reason, the people of the city council dropped whatever lawsuit they had, inexplicably allowing Bennett to leave. A lot of people believe that lawsuit they would have had him on the hook and they would have had to stay. And just in the 11th hour, is that how they say it? 11th, 12th hour, they dropped the lawsuit and allowed Bennett to leave. So, yeah, Seattle screwed Seattle.
I don't feel bad for Seattle. Oklahoma City didn't screw Seattle. Bennett didn't screw Seattle. Seattle screwed Seattle. That was a wrestling reference, by the way, for those who get that.
Would I trade the world for Julio Jones and Rodgers to be on the Niners? No, I wouldn't. I trade a lot, though. I would trade a lot.
I got some sound here. That was a rough couple minutes. I saw the screen started. I was like, uh-oh, something's wrong. Bad internet connection. It's like, Jesse, can you hear me? And he heard me. And then the sound in my earphones changed. I was like, uh-oh, Jesse, nothing. Jesse, nothing.
And all of a sudden, I was full screen.
And all of a sudden, like all of my screens just went white. Like, you disconnected. Cool.
Wow.
I'm just glad it didn't end the stream. That's what I was concerned about. I was like, I hope it stayed live on Kenny's end because I'd never seen that before. That's the first time I had a complete internet crash.
Didn't they have a big outage yesterday, like Roseville or something like that?
You have no idea how funny that is. I don't know. I think I had an outage last night, which strangely enough.
Yeah, they had a big outage, I think. I might have been Roseville or Rancho or something like that.
Been a cold piece of business if this had happened yesterday when that police helicopter was outside.
Bruh.
Hey guys, there's a police helicopter. They were looking for a 14-year-old girl.
Oh man.
And we've experienced this before out here. I think they found her relatively quickly because it was gone. Like it was there for about 5 minutes and then all of a sudden it was gone. Normally it lingers around a lot longer, and we went out for a walk and it was gone. So hopefully that means they found her.
Hopefully.
Sorry, bro. I don't know if we were clicking on the same one. We were clicking on the same one. Yeah. I've heard that. Thank God. Thank God. Because that's how the NBA makes their decisions. Definitely. You know what? The hell with these billions of dollars. Look at this RV out here. Hey, made a living off of it. Appreciate y'all hanging out, stirring the pot here in the chat, as you always do. Y'all instigators. That's what you are. Y'all just a bunch of instigators.
They're S starters.
That's his twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you missed our conversation with Mark Jones, really good conversation with him. You can check it out. It was at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. If you're on the Odyssey app and you're just tuning in, scroll back to 2 o'clock. You won't miss a single minute of the live show. It'll catch up. That's how it works, just like a DVR. Or you can check out the podcast available on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or wherever you get podcasts from, including, of course, the Odyssey app there. A couple of other quick notes. We had mentioned this on the chat. I want to elaborate real quick before we get into Julio Jones, some of the proposals out there. And you'll hear from Kyle Shanahan, who spoke today as well. A couple of quick hits. College football schedule set for weeks 1 and 2.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
I am ready too, especially after this slate. Hello.
You got it in front of you. I'm ready. It took me a while I don't actually. I don't think I actually got into it last year till the Big Ten championship, or maybe there's a week before the Big Ten championship. I never did it.
No, it was tough. It was
Never
tough
did it.
year.
Never did it.
Even when I kind of semi got into it, I couldn't really grasp it. You know, games were being canceled, all this other stuff. Pac-12 was virtually useless. I couldn't get all the way in. But this little week 1 schedule they got, oh, I can't wait.
Talk to me.
I can't wait. And this is just ESPN, ABC. We ain't talking about CBS. We ain't talking about Fox. We ain't talking about those games. I ain't even seen those games yet. ESPN, ABC, Saturday, September 4th, Labor Day weekend. Alabama at the U.
Ooh.
In Atlanta.
Okay.
Oh my. But
okay.
Look, that's just the appetizer, because the night game, Clemson versus Georgia. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And then you go to Sunday, Notre Dame versus Florida State. I mean, there's history there though.
There are seasons ending in week 1. Bet.
And hopefully we get Notre Dame out. We get them out the paint week 1, because we need to get them out of there ASAP. We don't need to see them in the CFP no more.
They should be banned. They should be on a permanent ban from the college football playoff.
We got that on Sunday, and then Monday. I mean, I do like the Monday Labor Day game, even though it's not like super crazy. It's Louisville versus Mississippi. That one in Atlanta, but Labor Day game, prime time. That's gonna be dope.
Works.
So the week 1 schedule is crazy. Week 2, they got Texas at Arkansas, Washington at Michigan on the following Saturday. So I'm with you, partner. College football is back. Yeah. I'm ready.
It is with inevitably 100,000 people in attendance. So it's not just back, Kenny. It's back. It's back. Indeed it is. One other quick hit here. Kurt Miller, we're bringing this up. We had it in our notes. A couple of people had brought it up here in the chat. We were talking about Diana Taurasi earlier. We were talking about the WNBA. An interesting story came out as the Connecticut Sun general manager and coach Kurt Miller has been fined $10,000 and suspended 1 game for a comment he made about Liz Cambage, the Las Vegas Aces superstar. You are almost certainly following her on Instagram. And if you haven't looked at her Instagram page yet and you go look at it now, you'll be following her shortly. Kurt Miller made a remark to a referee, something along the lines of, and I think it was because his team was playing physical, Liz Cambage was getting the call, and he's like, come on, she's 300 pounds. Liz, now it wasn't picked up, there was no reaction at all until Liz Cambage went to said Instagram account, made an Instagram story about Kurt Miller calling her 300 pounds. She's like, first of all, little man wouldn't even call him by his name, says she doesn't know his name. And knowing Liz just a little bit, I actually believe her. I don't think she actually knows who he is. And she goes, I'm not 300 pounds. And I just checked, I'm 235 pounds. I'm a big body Benz. And she throws in a few other words. And if you, again, Instagram account, you see about 234 of those 235 pounds on a daily basis over there on Liz Cambage's Instagram account. And I think a lot of people jumped at this as like weight shaming, and he was going at her because she's big, and like it was just shameful. And I don't know Kurt Miller, but I know I know of him. I know him well enough. Kurt Miller calling Liz Cambage 300 pounds is the same way as you and I calling Shavano 48 years old. He was just like, Kurt's not that guy.
Right.
Like this has been like way blown out of proportion. It was blown out of proportion by Liz Cambage, and he apologized. He said sorry. He didn't even offer an explanation. He just flat out said, I apologize. I certainly shouldn't have said something like that. Come on. Like, I think that was a bit overreactionary by the WNBA for sure. Yeah.
And to suspend him and fine him. I mean, come on, man, like that. And I'm all for, making sure that the women in that league are protected and not being disrespected. But that, like you said, that's not what this was.
It just wasn't that.
That's not what this was. And if Liz took that a certain way, that's her. She can feel that way. But I definitely.
And you know what? maybe that's all it boils down to
Mhm.
is the way a coach, like this wasn't a player, the way a coach spoke to or said something about a player. Maybe that's all this boils down to, and it boils down to nothing else. But when you see a story like this, it's getting run with like he's shaming her. And you can't have Kurt Miller, to the best of my knowledge, is the only openly like gay coach, like he's a gay man and he's very open about it. He ain't out there shaming anybody. Like this was all, you got to see Kurt Miller's personality. Right. This was just a little bit too much for me. And Liz is one of those stars. Like she is a protected star. Yep. She's good for the league. There aren't very many like her. So if she's upset, maybe you placate her, but maybe the league should have thought about this one a little bit further. Can we have a real conversation? Dude, can I just point out, Cole? I love you, Cole. You're bugging, dude. You're not. Cole says calling Buddy 40 plus years of age is not the same as calling a bigger sized woman 300 pounds. Nobody looks at Liz Cambage and goes, she's fat. Right. Nobody does that. Like nobody thinks it's exactly the same thing. He was exaggerating something to make his point. He was saying we're playing physical with her because she's 300 pounds. Would it have been better if he said we're playing physical with her because she's 235 pounds? Right. Like, what are you talking about? He's accentuating. When we say Buddy's 40 years old, we're accentuating the fact that Buddy is older than some of the other guys on the league. That's it. That's all it is. If he would have said, she's big as a house, like that's not literally, she's not as big as a house. And he's just trying to insinuate the idea of like, yo, this is a big woman here. Like, let us be. We got to be physical with her. Yeah, if we're gonna have a chance, like. And so this is where I want to have a conversation with you for just a quick second, because you're more familiar with the league. You've been as close to the league as anybody that I know. You got this situation that happened. Mm-hmm. I thought the reaction to Mark Stein, did you see that when he talked about Phoenix? Mm-hmm. And that reaction. I want to make sure the WNBA and supporters of the WNBA you can't, everything isn't about discrediting you. I was actually okay with the reaction to Mark Stein. But that's almost like the same to me. It's almost the same situation. We know he's not talking about the Mercury and trying to diminish the success that they had. We know he's talking about Phoenix Suns basketball. We know that. And we know Mike's, and on top of that, we know we think we know Mark Stein. He hasn't been somebody that he's verified. I took it as more of a, I didn't think the of course it's Twitter, so there are always going to be people maliciously going at Mark. I think when the Mercury tweeted a picture of Diana Taurasi with all of her rings on, I think it was more, hey, meaningful basketball in Phoenix, because that's what he wrote. It's great to see meaningful basketball played in Phoenix. Mm-hmm. Well, it has been. And I think part of it is this thing where the league is constantly, the WNBA is constantly fighting this uphill battle. Mm-hmm. No, there's been meaningful basketball here. It was like, oh man, I don't remember who, I think it was Woj. I think Woj tweeted, it's great to see like real basketball being played, or it's great to see a real sporting event, or it's great to see something. Mm-hmm. And they hit Woj like, yo, Woj, like you just had the WNBA draft on your schedule, or you just had the, WNBA something on your network. Mm-hmm. And I think it's kind of that, like, no, like we're here too. Like, some love. And I get that. But we all got to make sure, just like in this situation with Liz, we all got to understand common sense. And he's talking about the Phoenix Suns. And when he says Phoenix, he's not saying the whole city of Phoenix hasn't seen great basketball or meaningful basketball. He's talking about the Phoenix Suns fan base. We know, I would think what he said. We know that. When he says Phoenix, like, so if so if the Kings won a NBA championship, we would have to clarify and be like, man, it's great for the city of Sacramento to finally see a championship.
We know we're talking about the Kings, not the literal city. They've won. The River Cats have won a championship. The Monarchs, like, we know there's been championships here. We're talking about the Kings finally seeing a championship. And in this case,
then why not say it's great for the Kings to win a championship? Why not say it's great for the Sacramento Kings to win a championship? Why not say it's great for the city to get an NBA championship?
So do you think?
Are you really going to disrespect the Sacramento Surge?
Never.
Because they won a champion, didn't they? Didn't they win a championship?
Yes, they did. I think it was in the last season of the league, I think, or something like that. But I mean, I don't know. Once again, you got to consider the source. Mark Stein, from everything I know, he hasn't been snide or anything with the WNBA or women's basketball.
No, again, I think the initial response were fine. I think it got a little extra, and then he was like, "Hey, no disrespect," showed some love to Phoenix, and that, like, I took that as the end of that. Mm-hmm. That's social media behavior. That's different to me than this Kurt Miller thing.
Yeah.
You listen to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Football today. Jimmy Garoppolo on the field. Trey Lance on the field. Kyle Shanahan talked about how Jimmy Garoppolo looked out there.
Yeah, Jimmy looks like you guys have always known him. I mean, he's been great here these 2 weeks. I haven't seen him for these 2 weeks for a little bit also. And I mean, you would never, his ankle seems totally healed. I mean, I haven't even asked him about it because it looks so good. So I'd be surprised if there's anything lingering from it. He's had a good 2 days of practice, and hopefully we'll give him a few more reps as we get going here and get everyone else in better shape.
You
look happy to hear that. What
hey man, we're going for that bowl, baby. We're going for that bowl.
Oh man.
Everybody up there at the OTAs, baby. We ready to go. The mission has started. We going for that bowl.
Oh, he had more to say. He, believe it or not, he sort of said something about Julio Jones.
Huh?
Have that for you here in just a second. 916-349-1320. Ramsey been waiting. Ramsey, sorry about that. What's on your mind?
You know, I had to call in and talk about the A's and Dave Chappell and that whole debacle, whatever you want to call it, last night.
Debacle. This is a debacle. Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing, doing your due diligence and going to Vegas. Plus, the A's AAA affiliate is the Las Vegas Aviators.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to know, Dave Chappell, formerly working in San Jose, because he used to be an executive for the Earthquakes before he moved to the A's, that if you say you're at the Vegas Golden Knights game in the Bay Area, that's going to draw up some controversy, because we all know those who watch hockey know what the Sharks and Golden Knights rivalry is. It's not a good one whatsoever. Plus, Brody Brazil, who's the host of the A's pre- and post-game show, is also the host of the Sharks pre- and post-game show.
Mm.
So his reaction is what I thought it was going to be. Classic. And I enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was messed up, man. Campbell, he knew what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? Even if that was a great atmosphere and all this other stuff. Like, I mean, maybe Campbell's never been to an indoor playoff game before. Maybe. Because he said, wow, like that was the most incredible playoff crowd we've ever seen in our lives. Like, it looked like every other playoff crowd I've ever seen in my life. So he felt the need to tweet it out and do the video. Wow, Vegas Golden Knights. Like, you knew what you were doing. Campbell's trash. Campbell, and this may be, all fun and games. I didn't really have a good problem with it. I knew that you were going to have to address that when you failed, and he addressed it with me. But when he started all that stuff down there by Oracle Park, when he put them A's advertisements and 89 World Series championship pictures all in front of Oracle Park, I said, okay, I see how you working. They have the little drive to turn in your Giants hat and you get a free A's hat and all this. I was like, okay, you know what I'm saying? We see what you're working. We see what you're working with, but don't lose, because we're going to be on your head. And that's exactly what happened. They lost, and I was all over that boy's head. So he's used to doing little shady stuff like this, man. He's used to it.
I hope Oakland can get this figured out. I hope they can get it figured out.
So, well, I hope they can too. But before we went to break, you kind of looked a little crazy when I said, why not build on the Coliseum site? What was your thoughts?
Is that really the right thing to do?
If you want to keep the team in Oakland?
I mean, like that. So option one is the
Howard Terminal.
The terminal that you laid out before the break, and it's the one that it's the one we've been hearing about since the Raiders left. So for years now, right? Well, I feel like this all happened within days because there had always been so much talk about the Coliseum and the plumbing and all of the different horror stories that have come out of Oakland or have come out of that Coliseum. And then it becomes, well, we lost the Raiders. Oh, okay. We're going to do everything we can to keep the A's. We've got this terminal site. And I think that was the one, but it was immediately like, we have this idea for Oakland.
Yep.
And then that was it. I don't remember. What now? Like, what has happened since then?
Well,
what has been the conversation since then?
From what I can gather, the Oakland City Council is kind of dragging their feet on approving.
Oh, this sounds familiar. The Oakland City Council dragging their feet.
Yeah, Oakland City. But here's the part. Even if they said, no, we're not going to approve it, you have a viable site. You can knock down Oakland Coliseum. Hell, the Cincinnati
But where are
Reds,
you going to play in them? You're going to knock it down and get it built in an offseason?
well, this is what I was about to say. The Cincinnati Reds, they were the Great American Ballpark that they're at right now. They built that right behind Riverfront Stadium and actually cut out half of Riverfront Stadium during the season to help build Great American. Like, you can do it.
How you just cut off the stadium?
Fam, that's what they did. They cut off half of the stadium to build
like it's a
the
piece
new
of
one.
cake and you just moved it over? Like, how did that happen?
They cut off basically the outfield.
I'm going to need to look
part.
this up.
Yeah, and they were building the new stadium in the back of Riverfront Stadium.
I need a video of this. I need a visual.
Facts.
I need a visual of the
It's all
stadium just
facts.
being cut off. Absolutely. I wish somebody would cut Levi Stadium, scoop it up, and place it in a more fun area for us to go watch the San Francisco 49ers play, because it feels like it's going to be an exciting season. You just heard Kyle Shanahan talk about how Jimmy Garoppolo looked. He was asked about Julio Jones. I don't know if you've heard this, Casey. Julio Jones is the subject of trade rumors, and San Francisco seems to be at the top of some of these conversations.
Well, I'm not illegally allowed to talk about players on other teams. So I can't answer that exactly the way you want me to. Anyone I've coached in the past that I have relationships with, especially a great dude like Julio, obviously I have a ton of respect for. But yeah, we're always interested in improving our team. I mean, we'll never just say, hey, we're done. We can't improve our team. You always try to make that happen. But yeah, it makes it harder when you've already given up some stuff to make some moves and things like that. Everything's got to fit in, and it's got to make sense. But yeah, I would never say we're just done.
Yeah, no, I can't talk about players on the other teams, but when you talk about a guy like Julio, a great guy like Julio Jones, that's good stuff there from Kyle Shanahan. Good stuff. And Julio said, Julio said in his live, I don't know what you call this, but it happened yesterday.
What's going on, bro? Man, nothing much. About to go meet up with my brother. What's happening with you? Man, look, you want to go to the Cowboys, Julio, or you want to stay in Atlanta? Oh, man, nah, I'm out of there, man. You out? He's out of there. Are you going to? Ideally, where would you like to go? Right now, I want to win. Okay. Well, don't go to Dallas. If you go, you ain't winning in Dallas, Julio.
So we'll leave all that other stuff. Doesn't matter. The part that mattered was I'm trying to win. Well, I know where you can.
Hey, come on now.
I know where you can win.
Come on now.
You can win right here.
I'm just saying.
California.
I'm just saying. Get Julio over here. We got some real action. I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
But I want to make sure I understand. You're all for it if you can keep Jimmy, or you're good letting Jimmy go?
If worse come to worse, I'll let Jimmy go. I don't want to, but if worse comes to worse, I will let Jimmy go. I'll do it.
Does Julio have I can't remember if this was Julio Jones we were talking about. Did you make the James Harden Julio Jones comp?
No, I didn't.
That he's going to be like, so, because then the question that I'll ask you is, how many games do you think Julio's going to play this season? You think he's going to be good? I think did he play 9 last year? Yeah. I mean, he's 32 years old. Football years, that's, basketball years, he's okay. Not bad, but football years, he's a little bit older when you're 32, especially at a speed position.
Yeah. I mean, I understand it. I understand what you're saying. I'm just still gonna make that move. It's gonna be the James Harden situation. You're gonna get at least one good year.
And that's kind of what I was getting at. Is like, okay, so you're going to get one like really good season.
Yeah,
from
you're
him.
gonna get one tip top season out of Julio Jones. So I'm all for it. That move needs to be made.
Okay.
There's a couple of like
you 49er fans are all in on this one here.
There's a couple of I was reading this article on The Athletic about proposed Julio Jones trades. And the premise was, they come up with these trades for different places, New England, Indianapolis, the Chargers, all this other stuff. And who says no? And a lot of the times the trades didn't work out. It was like, nah, this team says no, or the Falcons say no, or whatever the case may be. Then they got to this one for the 49ers. And it was 49ers send their 2022 second round pick, a 2023 conditional fourth round pick that could move up to the third round to Atlanta for Julio. And Atlanta takes a little bit of the money. They agree to pay like $5 million. And with that one,
Teddy Bridgewater deal.
The Teddy Bridgewater deal. And with that one, it was like, I don't know if anybody says no. I heard something today where Atlanta can't even, they're in a position low key where they got to get rid of Julio. Because they can't even sign their draft picks yet. Their cap situation is that bad.
Well, we laugh about that call right there with Shannon Sharp and Julio Jones, but I don't think it's, people have speculated, boy, Atlanta can't be pleased with this. Atlanta don't care. It appears from everything that came out after that went public. They've talked about this months ago. Atlanta's been entertaining this. Maybe they're not thrilled with it being public. I doubt they care. It's like, that's not really going to change the market that much. Mm-hmm. Everybody is known that when you're calling teams about trades, when Julio's agent is calling teams to propose trades, when all of this different stuff is happening, it's not like it's a secret. Maybe it was a secret to us, but I feel like, weren't we talking at the trade deadline about potential Julio Jones deals? Weren't we not the trade deadline on draft day?
Yep.
Weren't we talking about, players to watch here? But I wonder if there's a move to be made, and you throw out names like Matt Ryan, you throw out names like Julio Jones. This stuff wasn't a secret.
It wasn't a secret at all. And that's why I think the 49ers should have been plotting on this for a minute. I hope they are.
Maybe they were.
They're the favorites right now in Vegas.
Oh, are they?
Yes.
Because the Ravens were a couple of days ago. So
I saw yesterday.
Ravens, Chargers. It was Ravens, 49ers, Chargers. So it's good to know that I
think they're minus 450 or something like that. I saw.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Damien, look at me. Let's go.
Okay. I'm looking.
All right. It's time to go, baby. Let's get Julio. Let's go get number 6.
It's funny.
I need 6.
It's funny. I think Aaron Rodgers is saying the same thing in Green Bay. Let's go. Let's go. So you think about Julio and that appearance there with Shannon Sharp. You think about Aaron Rodgers' appearance with Kenny Mayne last night. We'll play that sound for you here in just a little bit. Now you think back a little bit to Deshaun Watson pre-legal entanglement. And you think about, hell, even to a certain degree, Russell Wilson. Feels like there's something happening. Let me rephrase that. It feels like there's something attempting to happen in the NFL. We'll explain as Dylan and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. We're going commercial free until the top of the hour when we get back on ESPN 1320. Yeah.
Have you seen that before?
You got Tim all hot and bothered. Oh, he's got the Bastion Booger avatar.
Booger.
Bastion Booger.
Had you seen that before, Damien? What they did?
No.
Front?
No.
Yeah, they cut out the whole back of
That is spectacular. Just cut it like a piece of cake. Fantastic. Your old screenshot is still there. The last screenshot you sent me, I was like, damn, what'd they do now? What? Dave Cavill out of line. For like what? They post something about Liz Cambage, boy. You know that they're locked in.
They ain't talked about the WNBA in decades. So yeah, they locked in.
Show. Need to show that league some love, man. It's fun. It's fun.
You know what I am starting to find, Damien, and the office watches should be coming. A night like last night, 2 games, they were done.
Blowout City.
I had done, I'd done my work. Then there was no basketball to watch. I found myself like, oh, let me venture into something else. I started to watch Hip Hop Uncovered until I fell asleep. But it wasn't because of that. It was just late at night. But
have y'all watched Snowfall?
I have not. I need to get on. I haven't watched it, so I gotta go all the way back.
I've heard. I've heard.
Yeah.
I think you and I just got a script for McQueen. I got one. I'm assuming you got one too.
Let me see what's going on.
Should be in your work email. Says it's not due till the 28th. Probably want to knock these out no later than tomorrow.
For sure. Damien, are you of the belief that maybe not this summer, maybe towards the end, but there's going to be just a run on tours and concerts once we get open?
Bro, yeah, apparently we really need to get on this show.
Yeah, no, Snowfall is like Jesse said, saying it's the best show out.
Yeah, I absolutely think there's going to be a massive rush of like concerts and absolutely.
I say that because my mom is like, she's trying to go see Bruno Mars in Vegas, and they're like same thing as last time. It was out like $450 tickets, and I was like, I don't know, man. I think he's going to go on tour probably in 2022, and instead of buying tickets to get to Vegas, and I think he's going to come at least to the Bay Area, probably to Sacramento again, but at least to the Bay Area. And that got me thinking, like, I think everybody's going to do that in the next 12 months.
Yeah.
They lost a lot of money. Artists lost a lot of money.
Yeah.
Not being able to do that.
Headline: Akon's car stolen as he pumped gas into tank. A thief took off with Akon's Range Rover as he was pumping gas into the car. Keyshawn, appreciate you, baby. Thanks for the love right there. As we roll along here, Keyshawn, of course, a great wide receiver in his day. You want to trade for Keyshawn too? Just get Keyshawn on one side, Julio on the other.
Ooh, we got action.
Get Debo out there, George Kittle. Boy.
Ooh, boy, I'm telling you,
now
you get me out here because if they get Julio, it's man.
So we've heard Julio. We've even heard Kyle Shanahan. He spoke to the media today. How about Aaron Rodgers? Aaron Rodgers gave a interview to Kenny Mayne last night on Sports Center, and Kenny, God bless him, it was his last show with ESPN. He was poking. He was trying to get some news out of Aaron Rodgers, and he asked him, like, you want to be traded? Like, what's going on? What's the situation? And here's Aaron Rodgers' interesting response.
With my situation, look, it's never been about never been about the draft picking Jordan. I love Jordan. He's a great kid. He a lot of fun to work together. I love the coaching staff, love my teammates, love the fan base in Green Bay. It's incredible 16 years. It's just kind of about a philosophy, and maybe forgetting that it is about the people that make the thing go. It's about character. It's about culture. It's about doing things the right way. And a lot of this was put in motion last year, and the wrench was just kind of thrown into it when I won MVP and played the way I played last year. So this is just kind of, I think, the spill out of all that. But look, man, it is about the people, and that's the most important thing. Green Bay has always been about the people, from Curly Lambeau being owner and founder to the 60s with Lombardi and Bart Starr and all those incredible names, to the 90s teams with Coach Holmgren and Farvey and the Minister of Defense, to the run that we've been on. It's about the people.
As
He's talking about?
As our man Mark Jones said to us about an hour ago, as we like to quote him regularly, Aaron got in his bag a little bit for that one. Going back to Curly Lambeau and some references to the past. And once you get past the silliness to the end of that conversation, he said some pretty interesting things.
He did.
Saying Jordan Love, great kid. I get it. He's the elder statesman, but I do believe anytime you call a grown man a kid, there is a bit of a passive aggressiveness to it. I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of, like, when, this happened a lot with Kings media. It used to drive me nuts. Oh, play the kids. No, they're not kids. They're like grown men. Like, stop referring to these guys as kids. But knowing the dynamic between Aaron Rodgers and or knowing the power structure, like Aaron Rodgers is here, number one. Jordan Love is number two behind him. Anytime I hear stuff like, and maybe I'm scarred by Kyrie, because didn't that stuff used to piss Kyrie Irving off?
Kyrie wasn't a fan of that.
Absolutely.
I didn't get that right here.
Okay, fine. That's the least of what was in there. No big deal. Like, maybe he does love Jordan Love. Great. He mentioned the coaching staff, which I thought was interesting. He actually mentioned a lot of people. He didn't mention the general manager, and he didn't mention kind of the hierarchy of the Green Bay Packers. And that seems to be where the disconnect lies. And along all of that, conversation, he used the term, he used it with Pat McAfee as well. He used that line of, I threw a wrench in their plans by winning the MVP. And it's kind of a line that he used before. He used it again, and it was kind of like, all right, this thing's really over. I feel like this thing is really over with the Green Bay Packers one way or another.
I feel like it is too. I saw something, and maybe it was in the same interview, where he wasn't as definitive as I had heard him for the last month or so, when he goes something about, we'll see what happens, or anything can happen, or anything like that. It was like, maybe I was looking for something different, but it wasn't, no, I'm not coming back. Simple as that. Like, there was a door kind of left open. Not that he wants to, not that he's going to, but he may look around the situation and be like, I don't have as many options as maybe I would want.
But the Packers would never get more for him than right now. Like, you're trading the reigning MVP. You're not trading the once great Aaron Rodgers. You're trading for the guy who was labeled the most valuable player in the league last season.
Right. But you can, but see, this is where Aaron's not, I don't know. Like I said, I want to find the quote and hear exactly what he said, but by him not saying, it ain't happening, I'll retire before I play for them, he's leaving that door open. And he's leaving it open for the Packers to be like, well, maybe this can be worked out. Maybe we can work this thing out. Maybe it's not all doom and gloom. He just needs a little time. He just needs a little loving. You know what I'm saying? He needs to know that we care, that we hear him. I don't know.
Okay. It feels like this started a while ago. You know what I mean? Like, if that's the case, if what you're saying is right, maybe I feel like we should have some progress here because, again, with a player the caliber of Aaron Rodgers, you should be calling them like, hey, let's fix this. Let's get this worked out. I don't get the sense that that's happened. And maybe it has from the Packers side, but it doesn't sound like Aaron Rodgers has returned that text or picked up that call, treating, in this case, Aaron Rodgers is Luke Walton and the Packers or I guess it would be the Luke Walton is the Packers.
Yeah.
And Buddy Hield is Aaron Rodgers, and those calls aren't getting returned.
Do you think that Aaron is doing too much here? Do you think he has a gripe, a legitimate gripe? Because I'm trying to because Aaron rubs me the wrong way, right? And I'm trying to be impartial.
Unless,
here.
of course, it's draft day and there's a microcosm of a possibility he'll be a San Francisco 49er.
I'll have to get over it, right? I'd have to get over it. That's also when I thought it was Mac Jones, right? Because remember, you asked me later, and you said, "Would you trade Trey for Aaron Rodgers right now?" And I said, "I don't know."
Yeah.
I don't know.
But you were riding that Trey Lance train. Like you were really excited about Trey Lance.
Still am.
Of course, absolutely.
But I'm trying to be impartial here, and I'm trying to be fair to Aaron Rodgers and see if I can see his point. And I'm having a hard time. I don't really see why he's so upset. Like he's sitting up here, well, I messed up their plans. Aaron, why did you think that you would be different than any other person that's ever played professional sports? Like, why? Why are you so upset and so hurt by that? You did the same thing, not directly, but you were in the same situation as the guy that you preceded. Why did you think you would be different?
Same number of years, too.
So that's why I'm asking you, does he have a legit gripe? Because I'm trying to come from an impartial place. Maybe I'm not succeeding here. I don't see where he should be so upset.
I know people talk about that, like
Chicago, like Houston. Hi.
Yeah, we appreciate you being here. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Hit the subscribe button. We welcome all of the new viewers coming from our Odyssey stations all around the country. I know that the narrative has always been, or the conversation has been since draft day. Trey Wingo talked about this with us when he joined us on draft day about who the Packers have taken, who the Packers have drafted. The defensive guys, the offensive, they haven't drafted him the weapons. They haven't drafted him the toys. Well, he's made pretty good stars out of the guys that have been there. But I think what this boils down to, no matter what he says about how he loves the kid or not, it boils down to the fact he saw himself in Jordan Love. He saw them drafting his replacement. And he's like, oh, you think I'm at that stage yet? And I told you this, and I maintain it, and I think I'm right. And I hope it's WEEI that just tuned in right now. Tom Brady shook the entire league by winning the Super Bowl last year. Tom Brady just got up and left the so-called greatest coach in the history of the sport, walked on to another franchise that didn't make the playoffs the year before, and many people thought they're probably just, as we talk about cutting those 9-game losing streaks in half.
Yeah.
Bruce Arians was talking about just cutting the 30 turnovers in half. Hell, don't even cut them in half. Just take 10 away, and we're a significantly better team. Tom Brady just gets up, leaves Bill Belichick, walks onto the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, calls a couple of his buddies, signs them for a couple of bucks, goes on, wins the Super Bowl. Now everybody looking around. We've heard from Russell Wilson this year. We've heard from Aaron Rodgers this year. We're hearing from Julio Jones now. You look around the league and all of a sudden guys are like, So you could just get up and leave this current team and go win a Super Bowl somewhere. Brady shook the whole league.
So
I think this all would have been different. It all would have been different if the Bucs hadn't won the Super Bowl last year.
So when you say that, is it that they now look at it as, like, explain that a little bit. That I don't have to gut it out with this team. I can move from team to team like Tom Brady. Is that what you're getting at with that one?
Yes. They watch it in the NBA. They see who else want Anthony Davis. Get me out of New Orleans. I don't want to do this anymore. Get me over here. I'm gonna go be successful with this organization. James Harden, same thing. Get me out of Houston. Football players watch this. You see this all of the time when contracts are signed. You'll see this the first day. You'll see this come, what is it, August 1st, 2nd, 3rd?
Mm-hmm.
When those deals are announced, you'll inevitably see a handful of football players going, man, I should have been a basketball player. Man, I want that deal. Man, I want that deal. You'll see that. They follow what happens in other sports, and they see, and it's been given a name, the player empowerment era. In the NBA. Like I think the NFL players see that, especially we're not talking about the running backs who are devalued. We're not talking about kickers here. We're talking about Hall of Famers. We're talking about quarterbacks. We're talking about the biggest of the big names who are looking around going, yeah, I'm not feeling this anymore. Oh, y'all want Jordan Love so bad? Okay. Move me out of here.
I think it's only quarterbacks, though.
Okay.
Julio's is circumstantial because it benefits, like they can't afford him anymore. If they didn't
That's
have
not Julio's problem.
No, but if they could afford him, they wouldn't be moving him.
I disagree. Well, okay. Sorry. Let me. Maybe they would or they wouldn't. I think Julio would still feel the same way.
He would still feel the same way, and they'd be like, "We'll see you at training camp." Not, well, we'll work with you. The only reason they're working with him is because they can't afford him.
Also, he's 32.
Yeah.
And maybe the Falcons feel like they can't win with Julio anymore, especially for what, $15 million, and Julio knows he can't win with the Falcons anymore.
But my whole point is it's only the quarterbacks, and even then, I smell what you're cooking. I know what they're trying to do, but the way their bank account is set up, the way that CBA is set up, they don't have nearly as much juice.
None.
Guys.
None. They'll just accumulate fine after fine after fine. Like, we don't talk about this, but Deshaun Watson's got a decision to make here pretty soon. Because Deshaun Watson may just have to go. He just may have to show up. Because if he hits that commissioner's exempt list, it's the same thing as him sitting out, and he gets all his money. If he sits out of Houston and he doesn't go to training camp and he doesn't go to all of these things, he accumulates fine after fine after fine after fine after fine after fine.
Yeah.
You might just be in a situation where it's like, hey, buddy, you might want to just go. We'll figure this out later. Because there's a chance you could get paid your entire contract, for the year, your entire contract for the year, if you show up. Because remember, this all started with him before all of the other stuff surrounding Deshaun Watson. He wanted out. This whole offseason was going to be following where Deshaun Watson was going. Oh, let's read the signs. Who didn't draft the quarterback? Who's taking? What can we do? Well, that whole thing was derailed by his legal issues. But look at the level, look at the caliber of players that we're talking about. We're talking about 3 of the top 5 quarterbacks in the entire league bringing up issues with their team. Now, Russell Wilson's turned out to be much ado about nothing. At least I believe that it does. What the future holds, we'll see. But I think it's much ado about nothing. He ain't going to Chicago next year.
He ain't going to Chicago next year, but there are going to be some open. New York might be open.
New York very well may be open. Absolutely. Las Vegas remains open. Las Vegas is trying to land any quarterback. Las Vegas is trying to land. They're trying to land anyone not named Derek Carr. Oh, no. Yeah, we're in the market for he hate me. Can he throw the ball? Sure. Sure. We'll take a look at him. No problem. No problem.
He hate me.
We'll take anybody.
Yeah, but see,
I heard Tim Tebow's back. That's John Gruden. John Gruden, like, Tim Tebow's back? Could we sign him?
Give me a call. I would have brought him in. Yeah, so what?
Maybe it's just a series of coincidences, and there's nothing to this. Maybe you're right. Maybe there's nothing to it.
No, it's not a coincidence. I think you're there. They're trying, but they don't have the infrastructure in place to actually put it through. The only thing that they could,
and by infrastructure, you mean guaranteed contract.
Absolutely. And I look at somebody like Deshaun Watson. And even if, he decides, I've got to come back, I've always wondered what would keep him from going to the first day of training camp and be like, oh, my hamstring hurts.
I got you.
Sure.
Well, there's a Pro Football Talk article today written in the same vein, not verbatim, but in the same vein of Aaron Rodgers may realize he can't get moved.
Mm-hmm.
He may show up to training camp.
My back is broken.
My spinal.
I broke my back.
His arm becomes a noodle and he can't throw. It's like, I don't know. I was working out with Peyton Manning. I don't know what happened. I can't throw no more. What do you want me to do?
Or he wears a fat suit.
Well,
Like
in
James
his
Harden.
case, I think he's wearing a skinny suit. He said last night he's down 15 pounds.
Oh boy.
And you can see he looked, and I get it. Once you, he's got I think he's got an actress girlfriend, and he's got money upon money upon.
Is that who it was?
I don't think so. I think that's old. Can the Us readers, the Us Weekly readers, remind us who Aaron Rodgers' new actress girlfriend is? But I think he's gotten to this. He's got money. He's got the good woman by his side, and he looked as hell last night.
Mm-hmm.
He looked terrible. But I don't think that he cares. Shailene Woodley.
I never heard of her.
I have no clue who that is.
Yeah,
Never heard of we're gonna take over, partner. I got to do a search here.
Just, like I said, I look at Aaron, I look at John Watson, and that's the way that you force it. Even if you're Julio Jones, you know what I mean? You look at these guys, and you say, all right, well, there's nothing, I can't really get anything for holding out. Like, that's not the way this thing is set up. But I'll report, and came up lame. Hamstring hurts. A week later, how's that hammy feeling? Still a little tight.
Can't get right, boss.
Still a little
Can't
tight,
get right.
man, you know? And you just do that until, and I think they would know what time it was.
Yeah.
He ain't playing. He ain't playing until you get him out of here. So they got to make, now they got a decision to make. You keep this guy on the shelf, and he's I don't know how he'd probably get paid, right? Like, you'd probably be paying him if he's hurt, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So, okay, are we going to pay this guy to sit up here and hold us hostage, or are we going to make a move on him? I wonder why they don't do that.
I don't. Shailene Woodley, she's in movies you and I don't watch. 29 years old from Semi Valley, California. Yeah.
Try me.
The Fault in Our Stars.
Oh boy.
Big Little Lies.
I feel like I've heard of that.
The Fallout. She made her debut in The Descendants.
No, not ringing a bell either.
So I'll say again, she's in a bunch of movies that you and I don't watch. Big Little Lies, I think, is a show.
Have you watched Lady Bird?
The Sacramento one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I never watched it.
It was fine. Like I get it. Like people, I'm afraid I'll get it.
Really
I'm afraid I'll get in trouble if I say it was fine. It wasn't like sentimental. No, it wasn't like it didn't. The movie couldn't mean. I watched it once and was like, okay. So they showed the Fabulous Four. Like, all right, cool.
Were they really in Sacramento like that? Mm-hmm. Like, I know it was filmed here, but like they weren't on Freeport.
They wasn't on Freeport. We would have seen Metu in that. Metu would have gotten the credits for that. But yeah, no, that ain't it. That wasn't it for me. Okay, so let's get Frank. I guess I thought I'd throw the player empowerment thing out there. It feels like we're hearing a lot of noise. They're going to fail though, and I think that's how we should. They can't get it done though. That's how we can collectively end this. They're going to fail. It's not going to work until your players union stands up and says, "Hey, we need guaranteed contracts." It ain't gonna work because the NBA only 9 more years, guys. That's it. 9 more years,
boys. Man,
you got the only entity with more years left on their contract than John Gruden is the Players Association.
Yeah, they ain't going nowhere no time soon. Just
good luck with that. 916-349-1320. Let's get to Frankie Baby here real quick before you get your thoughts in there. Frank, what's going on, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
You all right, man? How you doing?
Good. I was wondering if you've, I haven't heard, but have you talked about the free agents available to the Kings this season?
Yeah, none.
Well,
there isn't a rich. I'm being a bit sarcastic. There isn't a rich crop of free agents out there.
well, there are a couple. I was wondering, for instance, DeRozan is available, and Otto Porter is available. Are either of those guys ring any bells? Or
Yeah, you're gonna get cussed out for mentioning Otto Porter's name for sure. I like DeRozan. I wouldn't either. I like Otto Porter for the right price.
Yeah, and he's made his huge money. He's not going to get that this time around, so he's good. I like DeRozan as well. I think the reason why, Frank, you're not hearing so much about potential free agents is because everything they want to do is in limbo. Like they got to figure out what they're going to do.
That's it. The big free agent, Frank, is Rashawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he's going to cost a lot of money for them. And he's 27, 28. They may move on. You know, Golden State's got Uber is going to be a free agent too.
I like him. Right. Yeah, I like him. But
put the same on the same table with Porter on the one side and DeRozan on the other. Which of those three guys rattles your cage most?
Well, we appreciate you, Frank. Thanks for the call, man, and thanks as always for listening. I mean, obviously, DeMar DeRozan is the best player that you named.
Yeah, and I think you could go 3-guard with him, Fox, but then you got Harrison Barnes too.
I don't know what DeRozan's going to be looking for.
I don't either.
Like in a destination. Really?
Wow.
Okay.
I wonder. I'm thinking out loud.
Like, what's Kyle Lowry looking for? I know Frank didn't bring up Kyle Lowry, but I'm just like, when you start to think about the guys that are out there, like, what are they looking for? Because I'm not going to put Otto Porter in that class. Talk about what Otto Porter is looking for. I don't know what team. If is our team's going to be deciding between Rashawn Holmes and Otto Porter?
I don't know.
I'm dead serious. Like, if you're Charlotte, it's like, are we pushing for Rashawn first? And if we don't land Rashawn, we're getting Otto Porter. And Toronto was thinking, well, if we can't get Rashawn, we're going to get Otto Porter. Like, we'll get whichever one they don't sign. I don't know how people view Otto Porter.
I don't either. I really don't either. I feel like he wouldn't be that hot of a commodity.
Right.
That's what I feel like. You talk about Kyle Lowry, though. I got a place for him.
Okay.
The New York Knicks.
I don't even know why I acted like I didn't know.
Well, literally, all Knicks love aside, that's a place.
It's a fit. Yeah, I get it.
They need a point guard. Elfrid Payton is just not the answer. He couldn't even play. They brought in French Frank when he was cold, shivering on the bench instead of Elfrid Payton.
Yeah, he was cold. He needed.
So they need a small, a starting point guard. Lowry thought was he was always going to go to Philly. I don't know if they're going to do that. Knicks have cap room. Maybe they get Kyle Lowry.
That's the other thing too. There aren't a lot of teams with substantial cap room. Like, as it stands, there are teams that are going to have to make moves, but I don't know that this is a free agent class that you make moves for. You hear Charlotte come up a lot because they have space.
Help me out real quick.
Yeah.
The cap that plummeted was this season, correct? It should go back up this summer, correct?
I don't think it'll go back up this summer. I think it'll go back up next summer. Okay. And it might go up, but I don't think it'll go back to pre.
Gotcha.
But it didn't plummet. Like, it fell, and it normally doesn't. And I guess when you've got a salary cap that goes down when it normally goes up, I guess you can constitute that as a plummet. But we thought it was going to be substantially worse than what it actually wound up being. I'm guessing it'll increase a little bit because the teams were able to do well here teams were able to do better here, in the later weeks of the season.
Yeah.
Probably a little. Back to normal, probably even higher. And I don't think they signed. There were no new television deals here this year, but the play-in money, I'm sure, will do them well in having all-star festivities and all that stuff. It's the reason those all-star festivities were important. We thought, maybe you don't do this, but there's a reason they did it, and
absolutely,
we'll have a greater understanding of the reason when when that salary cap number is announced.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Now you got me thinking about Lowry, and you got me thinking about where he might go.
Oh, stop it. You just want him in New York. Just let him be in New York. It's fine. It's a fit. It works. It's not even outlandish. But at the same time,
the Heat is a fit if they can't bring back Dragic. I think Dragic is on a 1-year deal. Interesting.
But
well, they need to just blow everything up in Toronto. That's what needs to happen.
Agreed. Let's blow everything up in Toronto.
And I've got the perfect deal for you.
And a great starter piece.
Yes.
Buddy Hield. I mean, Steph, Buddy. That's the hierarchy of shooters in the NBA. And then Marvin Bagley, like, look, this kid's he just needs a fresh setting.
That's all he needs.
And then we'll throw in this, let's just play chalk. You could have this number 9 pick.
You're going to get 2 first-round picks. I got to talk to my
Let's start
NBA
with
guy.
one. Let's start with one and see what happens.
I got to talk to my NBA guy and see if he thinks they would turn that down.
You got an NBA guy, huh?
Yeah, I got an NBA guy. He always like I'll say something on Twitter and he'll always jump in my DMs and be like, "You're tripping. You're wrong." Or
I do that all the time, and you don't call me your NBA guy.
Oh, I mean, this guy's a real NBA guy right now.
Julius Randle has won the 2020-21. I don't know why I made that more complicated than it needed to be. Edit this out of the live broadcast. Here we go. 3, 2. I need silence. 3, 2, and 1. Julius Randle has won the Most Improved Player of the Year award.
Hey, congratulations to him. Now, earlier you talked about the 6-man award being a little pat on the head type of award. This is a pat on the head type of award.
Oh, no, I disagree. I disagree.
I would not want to win the Most Improved Player.
I disagree completely because to me, when you win the 6-man of the year award, it's going to be James Harden being the lone exception. James Harden winning the 6-man of the year award is a mind-boggling, footnote in history. But like Julius Randle, narratives, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let the Knicks knock off the Hawks. Let people collectively, let the NBA world get feeling really good about the Knicks. Hell, it could end right now. It could end in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
Short list of MVP candidates next year. Julius Randle's name's going to be on it.
Yeah, I could see that.
The AP rankings before the season, Julius Randle's absolutely going to be on there. The BCS rankings, if you will, he's absolutely going to be on there. And Jordan Clarkson's not. I don't think Most Improved Player is a pat on the head.
I don't like it.
You think it's condescending? Why? Why? Explain yourself. It's saying that you got better.
Is LeBron James ever going to win Most Improved?
Absolutely not.
Not a fan.
Hell, LeBron James can't even win the freaking MVP anymore. Ain't been a better player in the league than him in a decade and a half, but he ain't gonna win it anymore.
Listen to some of these players who
I just looked it up too. Go ahead.
I mean, got some good ball players.
Your boy is on here, by the way. Future Sacramento King is on here.
Absolutely. Got some good ball players on here, man. Some damn good.
This is not a pat on the head award. Come on, Paul George, Jimmy Butler.
Giannis,
your man, CJ McCollum, Pascal Siakam, future Sacramento King.
Brady. They got some ball players on
now. Here. Before that,
Bobby Simmons.
It's George Mirasan is on this list.
Oh, George.
God rest his soul. I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Nope, live and well.
Oh, never mind.
Sorry.
Hey, George, come on the show anytime.
I don't know why I thought he had passed away. Nope,
too.
Live and well, 50 years old. Good.
Yeah, damn good.
Why on earth did I think he wasn't around?
Well, something happened because I thought he wasn't too. They got some good ball players on this list of Most Improved Players, though.
The artist formerly known as Chris Jackson won the award. Jalen Rose. Julius Randle's actually won it twice. He won it in 2003, 2004 under the name Zach Randolph. This isn't, man, look at this stretch since 2012. You're wrong about the Most Improved Player. This isn't a pat on the head. This is a legit award.
Yeah, nah, they got some guys on here. I will admit that. But I'm not even talking about the trajectory.
You're talking about the concept of it.
Yes, that's kind of more where I'm coming from.
It's like, why can't you celebrate the most improved? Like, hey, man, you made a big jump in your game.
All right. All right.
Why do you hate improvement?
All right.
Why do you have to be LeBron James out of the gate? Why do you have to be great out of the gate? Why can't you get better?
Because that's what you try for. You try to be LeBron James out of the gate.
Sakes.
And that's what you got to go for. I'm not here for no participation trophies. You see this ring? You see this ring?
Okay.
I got it because I wasn't trying to be anything. I wasn't trying to be no most improved. I was trying to be top flight from the start. That's how Sarge taught me.
I just want to be clear. That was Shaq. Okay, because sometimes you have a couple of voices that run together.
Well, we all know it wasn't Doc.
Okay.
Because when it's Doc, it's more like this. I don't know. The game one, we came out there, we weren't ready to go, but we found a way to get it done. Ben Simmons, I know he struggled at the free throw line. I know that's an issue, but he's going to make his free throws. That's just what he is.
The Sixers won game one.
I know they came out a little soft though. We didn't.
No, it's not they. It's we. You coached the Sixers.
Well, I'm talking about the guys. They
okay,
get all
all
the
right.
credit in the world. They play. I coach. They get all the credit in the world. They came out, a little. It was the beginning of the day. It was middle of the day. They came out playing, but they came out hard and they did a good job. I like the way they closed out. And we'll be ready in game two. That's just all it is. Are you asleep, Damien? Jesus Christ, Damien.
We got a whole summer of this, folks. A whole summer of this.
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Doc.
You know who I heard last night that I've heard him before. It just totally throws me off. I tweeted about it too. Tristan Thompson does not sound anything like I would think Tristan Thompson sounds.
Yeah.
Like this, just go out there and play.
Really? Because that's actually what I'd expect Tristan Thompson to sound like.
Tristan Thompson like, we just go out here and we play hard. That's what we do. Thought it was going to be this more of a booming voice, but it's like,
ain't no booming Tristan.
When you got Kevin Durant and
would
Kyrie
you sign
Irving,
Tristan Thompson? Seriously, would you sign Tristan Thompson
for the right price? Yeah, I like Tristan Thompson more.
I do too.
Yeah,
but I don't know that it's Hassan Whiteside money because it's probably not that low.
Yeah, Clutch ain't gonna let that happen.
But it's also not Clutch money. I mean, God, they had Ben McLemore on their roster. Like, Ben McLemore isn't signing for Clutch money. I'm not trying to be funny. He's not. Like,
he keeps getting contracts though.
Clutch Sports. It could work.
I mean, yeah, Tristan wouldn't be a bad signing.
Again, he could very literally replace Hassan Whiteside, but actually play more.
Well, I've
always thought Tristan's gotten a bad rap.
Let me ask our guy, Jesse, is Tristan just washed?
Yeah.
Okay.
He had that little run number when we played the Kings and he went off that game.
Yeah.
He was pretty solid for about 2 weeks after that, and since then, I mean, he can get boards like offensive rebounds and stuff like that, but he's not what maybe he was in Cleveland anymore.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So he's a different player without LeBron around, huh? Shoot. So I don't think we're gonna get that guy. 3 game. Actually, there's a lot on TV tonight. Boston and Brooklyn.
Yep.
Lakers and Suns.
Oof, that's big time.
Mavericks Clippers.
That's big time.
And the Tyson doc starts tonight.
Yeah, man.
The Tyson doc I didn't know even existed.
Yeah, I didn't know until this weekend.
Starts on ABC tonight. It starts tonight, and then and I hate this. This is just obnoxious. It concludes next Tuesday.
Is it two part?
Yes. That's why it starts tonight and it concludes next Tuesday.
I didn't know if they went Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh, you can't hold it. Unless it's The Last Dance and we're, waist deep in a pandemic. We ain't waiting a week for nothing. We're getting a bootleg by now.
It sounds a little crazy. I think you could get 5 episodes out of a Tyson doc. I think you could if you really wanted
5 1-hour episodes?
Yeah. I think you could. I thought for the right person who does it, like it could work. When OJ's thing came out, I was like, I don't need to see this. I've seen so many documentaries on OJ. I don't need to see this. The final one that they did on ESPN, that was damn good. That was like really.
How many was that? 7?
Was it? It might have been
7 parts.
I thought it was 5, but it might have been 7. But they like dove in. I mean, maybe that's just a one-on-one type situation because they got into LA and the police relations there and all that.
Oh,
that
there was
phenomenal.
Yeah, that was sorry, kids. That was better than The Last Dance.
Yeah, it was. Hell yeah.
Like it might have been miles better than The Last Dance. Like it was really, really good. And that I learned stuff from that. Like the episode where the episode where the runtime is 467 minutes. The episode where the detective in very graphic and vivid detail.
It's tough. Oof, that was tough.
That was like a game changer for me. Jesse says OJ was 5 episodes. I don't know where the hell I got 7 from.
The scene you're talking about, I didn't even want to bring it up, but
that was one of the most incredible pieces of television I've ever seen. Yeah. With the oh my God, man. All right, show's over. We appreciate y'all so much for being with us. If you missed our conversation with Mark Jones, you can check it out on the Odyssey app. You can check it out wherever you get podcasts from, including Apple, Spotify, Google Play. Make sure if you subscribe to the podcast, especially on Apple, that you rate the podcast as well. That's a big deal. That's as big of a deal as hitting the thumbs up and subscribe button over there on YouTube. Make sure you do that. Hit the follow on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Make sure you're back here tomorrow. James Ham will be with us for the start of his weekly visits at 3:20. And we'll be back with you at noon here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla. I forgot they are having a Jeter doc, huh? No, I'll watch it.
I don't even care. You ain't good. Yeah, I don't think so.
No. Yeah, this Tyson one, I need to actually put that DVR on right now. I find A-Rod to be fascinating. I do.
I'd watch A-Rod, yeah, 100%.
Yeah. What y'all talking about in here? Nah, see, lazy. So you're 29, so you probably feel that way. I think if you live through that whole thing, I think I'm about OJ docked out myself, but nah, that case, that was a one of one. There ain't never gonna be nothing like that OJ case in that whole trial. Mm-hmm. There'll never be nothing like that again. That was insane to live through, and I was only like 12. Imagine if I was.
Yeah, Leland, you bugging, dude. That joint was wild.
That was something different. David, man, come on, man. Oh, man. Yeah, Ramsey, it stopped everything. We I think I was in the 7th or 8th grade. I can't remember, but nah, it was that's crazy. That's crazy.
Wow.
I'll never forget that Friday night. Never, ever forget that Friday night.
Yep. And oh my God, that was wild. That was wild. That dude's like, hey, I know how you feel about Hulk Hogan. I feel the same way about OJ. Hey,
oh brother.
Hey, I know I'm wrong, but brother. But I mean, he was older than us, and dude, OJ, like when you, because it's lost. When you look at OJ's numbers.
Special, man.
Special.
Yeah.
That's facts.
Yeah.
That's real talk.
That's
Yep, that's
real
real
talk.
talk.
Yo, Roddy, this is exactly my teacher, RIP Mr. Camber, one of the great teachers I had. He was so pissed. And little 12-year-old me who knew nothing about what I was talking about, I was like, let's go.
It's so embarrassing, dude.
It really
like
is.
we had a talk with the Be Heard young people about how we are so ashamed of that moment.
Man.
It's just awful.
But you know what? And this is I don't condone this thinking, but you talk about that doc, and the thing I remember is the old lady who was like, yeah, you probably did kill him. But we got one back for all the years that we had to go through what we had to go through out there. And I was like, whew, that's tough. Like that's tough for me. That was tough to swallow because it was like, I feel you, but damn, like he did murder these two people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's how some people felt. You know what I'm saying? And when you get into that whole dynamic down in LA, LAPD did some crazy stuff, man. LAPD did some crazy stuff to some innocent people. So
yeah,
that was wild.
We got jeez.
Joe Decker. Oh man.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. That boy was wild for that. Wild. I can't believe he said that.
We got an email about putting together something for a company. I'm gonna throw this one together if you don't mind. It fits me a little bit more than it fits you. It's just a spec. It's not real. But I'm gonna give this one a shot if you don't mind.
Yeah, you good. I didn't get the email for McQueen though.
Huh. Maybe I just need to change mine. I'll figure out what it is and find out.
Okay. Yeah, handle that one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's yeah. I'll give it a shot and see what we can get out of this.
This dude Ace, I can't confirm. Oh boy, had that. Yeah, he had the OJ.
Ugh.
Bill's joint. Yikes.
I remember I was working at KSFM. My man Davey D had a Buffalo Bills jersey on, and I went in to hang out one morning. And these are just this again type of dick. You just walk in like, "What's up, D? You look sharp." Like, come on, man. Hey, that's a killer jersey, bro. That's a killer jersey. Awful.
Oh man.
Awful, dude. Man, J. Cole out here handing out gifts.
What are you giving out?
I don't know. My internet still really isn't agreeing with me. What did he get them? Looks like he got them some gear, some shoes. I don't know who J. Cole working with, but he got everybody's shoes.
His teammates.
Oh, Puma.
Oh, yeah, he is with Puma. That's right. He is with Puma.
Yeah. Good for him. You know, people were hating on him, man, but good for him.
This is what you call a break.
All right, man. Let's roll.
Play off baseball today. Play off Little League baseball today.
Bro, who is this? Who is this? Like, come on, man. Wait, for real?
Oh my gosh. Come on, man.
What?
The only thing I could think of is, didn't they wear the same number in college?
Yeah, 32. Oh.
I think they did.
Yeah. I thought it had something to do with them sleeping with the same women, but maybe that's different. I thought that's what he meant. But yeah, I guess they did. 32. Man.
Yeah, how convenient that it was for Marcus. Oh, he was 33.
Okay.
Yeah. Feel like they would have retired OJ's jersey before Marcus got there.
Big facts.
That is facts. Aaron Judge. Are you trying to say Damian looks like Aaron Judge?
Joe, we tried, bro. We tried on multiple occasions. He don't want to.
No.
He don't want to. We're rinky dink.
Yeah.
But we tried. Yeah.
Shock him. Shock him when he gets on there. That would actually be pretty good.
Welcome to the Rinky Dink
I
broadcast.
could care less about him. That would be pretty good.
We should just have Damon Ratto and Kolsky book him and ask a bunch of De'Aaron Fox related questions. They'd ride for us. They'd totally ride for us. Appreciate you, Tim. I was wondering why you was hanging out so long. I know you usually watch after the show, man. We appreciate you, Tim. Thanks, man.
Coco be wearing who was that again?
That's Owen.
That is Owen. That's right.
High energy.
Oh my.
That's high energy right there, baby. Parachute pants. All right, let's get up out of here. Y'all have a great rest of your day. John, did you do your job today? Let's see how John did. Wow, John fell one short. Oh. It's a shame. It's a shame. So I mean, why do you hate D'Lo and Casey? Oh man. Appreciate you, David. All right, we'll see you guys, man. Have a great rest of your day. Hit the thumbs up, subscribe, all that good stuff, and we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, by the way, go to thedopeones.com and use the promo code DLOKC, DLOKC, to get 10% off your order. That's the D'Lo and Casey collection over at thedopeones.com.